2, 3, hit it.
It's tax season, homie. You better climb up on that fat bitch. Tax season. Tax season.
Yeah,
It's tax season, homie. You better climb up on that fat bitch. Tax season. It's tax season.
I don't give a fuck about what you're going through. Do what you gotta do. Climb up on that fat bitch even though she smell like boo-boo. I don't give a fuck if her house nasty. You got to pay them bills, so the bitch ain't got to be crafty or she ain't got to look good. She ain't got to be that motherfucking dime. You owe taxes, the bitch ain't got to be fine. It's tax season. It's coming up real fast. April 15th, gonna be here in a minute on your ass. Tax season, homie.
You better climb up on that fat bitch. Tax season. Tax season. It's tax season, homie. You better climb up on that fat bitch. Tax season. It's tax season.
What up, Freeze?
Man, let me tell you, I know it's tough, but just think about them bills and it won't be so rough. Get a fat bitch, get her something to eat, maybe pick her nails, maybe rub her feet, man. Give her a massage, whatever you gotta do. Just make sure that when the mailman come through, you sitting right there in the goddamn living room. Crack that album. Let's go drop the boom. Go up to the liquor store and make it happen. Fat bitch, I ain't rapping. I'm trying to make a plea. Send some of that to me. And that's how we gonna be. Cause it's tax season, homie. You better climb up on that fat bitch. Tax season. Tax season. What? It's tax season, homie. You better climb up on that fat bitch. Tax season. Tax season. Tax season, homie. You better.
All right.
Well, what's up, everybody? What's up?
What's good?
Right. This is the Cigar Lounge. We're here with Red Pill Sleeper Cell.
What's going on?
Right. AB Media.
What's good?
And maybe Charles Faulkner if he ever shows up.
Yeah, Charles is
On Charles time.
being the officer of the goddamn law. Somewhere protecting the peace. And I am Tix. What's going on with everybody?
Just recovering. Did a stream last night. Tired as hell.
Yes, we did. I fell asleep.
Yeah.
I think I called you about 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon and you were still asleep.
Yeah.
What's going on with you, AB? You good, bro?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right. So, as we all know, it's tax season, but let's check in on what's going on with the White House with our my favorite sniper, Caroline Leavitt. Let's see.
I gotta make an intro for her.
Oh, Caroline.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a good graphic for her. Like when we do an intro, like the segue right into a good entertaining press briefings.
Oh, okay. All right. That was you, Albert.
What?
All right. Yep, and that email while my phone was going off.
Oh, yeah, I just sent it to AL so I don't, have to copy it.
All right. So here we go, y'all. Let's see what my favorite sniper. I can't speak for y'all. I don't know how y'all feel about her.
Oh, pause for 1 second. You know, it was a school shooting today in Texas.
Yeah. You
Really?
know, must be Tuesday.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say this. My hearts and sympathy goes out to the victims of this unfortunate incident.
Mm-hmm.
So, society is still fucked up. But let's get to this delectable bean footage.
Let's roll it.
Good afternoon, everybody. I apologize for my tardiness, but I came directly from the Oval. I have some newsy updates to share from the president, which I know you all very much value and appreciate. So let's get to it. The president promised millions of Christians across the country on the campaign trail that he would create a White House faith office when he returned to the White House, and he has delivered on that promise. The White House Faith Office has put together an extraordinary week-long celebration currently underway for Holy Week ahead of Easter Sunday. The president signed a Holy Week proclamation, filmed a special presidential video message, and will be hosting a pre-Easter dinner tomorrow night and a White House staff Easter worship service on Thursday. The president and the First Lady are honored to continue the tradition of the White House Easter egg roll, which will take place on the South Lawn next Monday. In other news, President Trump is turning America into a manufacturing superpower again. Yesterday, there was a monumental announcement by NVIDIA, one of the largest companies in the world. This is just the latest example. For the first time ever, chip-making giant NVIDIA will produce AI supercomputers entirely in the United States, as part of its pledge to produce $50 billion worth of AI infrastructure in our country over the next 4 years. With their manufacturing partners, they have commissioned more than 1 million square feet of manufacturing space to build and test NVIDIA Blackwell chips in the great state of Arizona and AI supercomputers in the great state of Texas.
For the record, now's the time. Now's the time. For those of you who are interested in stock, it's going for $112 a share. This is closing price. As you can see, it's been up the past 5 days, plus $13.23 from its original price. Now's the time. But you know, they call this insider trading. The Democrats call it insider trading when you publicly tell people, hey, buy these stocks.
Which they do all the time, but anyway.
Yeah.
NVIDIA's founder.
And we're not financial advisors.
Mm-hmm.
No. Yes,
we're
not financial advisors. We're just talking for the sake of talking. But anyway, shall we continue?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Engines of the world's AI infrastructure are being built in the United States for the first time. This is the Trump effect. This follows trillions in other U.S. investments announced already, including $500 billion from Apple in U.S.-based manufacturing and training, $100 billion from TSMC and U.S.-based chips manufacturing, and the $500 billion private investment led by OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank in artificial intelligence infrastructure. Under President Trump, we're going to produce the cars, the ships, the chips, the airplanes, minerals, and medicines that we need right here in America at the hands of American workers.
In other words, China is being frozen out of the market. And by the way, Apple stock is up 17.53%, plus $30 from its original sale price. It is now sitting at $202.14 a share. Now is the time. Do you not? I mean, keep in mind, this is how you make money. This is how you make money, by listening to what they're saying coming out of the White House as far as who got government contracts and where the money is going. How do you think these people get rich?
Mm-hmm.
Shall I continue?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to share it.
On the border, President Trump continues to break records and protect our homeland. According to CBP, Border Patrol apprehensions along the southwest border for the entire month of March 2025 were lower than the first 2 days of March 2024 under Joe Biden. Incredible law enforcement officers are arresting violent illegal aliens from American communities every day. Here are a few examples from the latest ICE report, which I received this morning. ICE Los Angeles arrested a 54-year-old citizen of Mexico convicted of rape by threat, sodomy with a person under 14 years, and kidnapping in San Jose, California.
Oh
ICE
my God.
arrested a
How dare they
23-year-old citizen
deport
of
him?
Mexico convicted of predatory criminal sexual assault of a child in Cook County, Illinois.
How dare they
ICE
deport
Houston
him?
arrested a 64-year-old citizen of Honduras convicted of murder in Los Angeles County,
How
California.
dare they deport him?
ICE Chicago arrested a 49-year-old citizen of Guatemala convicted of assault and arson in Prince Williams,
How dare
Virginia,
they deport him?
not far from here. ICE Denver arrested a 36-year-old citizen of Mexico who is registered as a sex offender and has been
How dare
convicted
they
of sexual
deport
assault
him?
of a child in Lake County, Colorado.
He needs due process.
ICE Baltimore
Oh,
arrested
boy.
a 50-year-old citizen of China convicted of sex trafficking in Bel Air, Maryland.
How dare
And
they
ICE
deport
Boston
him?
arrested a 46-year-old citizen of Jamaica convicted
dare
of
they
3 counts
deport
of
him?
rape of a child and 2 counts
He
of
needs
indecent
due
assault and
process.
battery of a child under 14 in Boston, Massachusetts. President Trump and our administration will not rest until every single violent illegal alien is removed from our country. The safety of the American people is too important to settle
up,
for
Snowman?
anything less. On that note, the Democrat and media outrage over the deportation of Abrego Garcia, an MS-13 El Salvadorian illegal alien criminal who is hiding in Maryland, has been nothing short of despicable. Based on the sensationalism of many of the people in this room, you would think we deported a candidate for Father of the Year. That's because, unfortunately, many in this country care more about this quote-unquote Maryland father, a legal alien MS-13 gang member, than a Maryland mother and an American citizen who was brutally murdered at the hands of a different illegal alien. Of course, I am referring to Rachel Morin.
I remember this
And
case.
if you didn't see yesterday, a Maryland jury found illegal alien Victor Antonio Martinez Hernandez guilty of murdering Rachel Morin in August of 2023. She was a 37-year-old mother of 5 who was jogging in an otherwise safe community northeast of Baltimore when this monster ambushed, strangled, and beat her to death before stuffing her brutalized body in a tunnel drain.
She forgot to mention that he raped her first. Y'all do understand that, right? Some of the things that they don't normally say, they don't say it, but yeah, he raped her first. And
Excuse me.
this is the same guy who also raped an 11-year-old and another woman in California before he found himself in that area and raped and murdered this woman. He beat her with a rock in her face so bad, like her face was caved in. The skin off of her face was like peeled off. They had to do reconstruction surgery, as far as like a digital reconstruction of her face, just to figure out what she looked like.
Wow.
Damn. And they let these monsters roam the country? Really?
Well, he needs due process.
Oh.
Well, you know, and although we got smooth brains, that's your favorite word.
Mm-hmm.
The average citizen doesn't have a problem with immigration into this country.
No, I
It's
don't.
from where they're immigrating from.
Mhm.
And I had conversations before with people. Unfortunately, there's groups of people that are in certain countries, and you can make the argument it's no fault of their own, but they cannot adapt to first world civilization rules.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the ones that they need to be kept out.
Agreed.
Ooh. But do understand, these are the people that the Democrats fight for. Y'all do understand that, right? Democrats fight for these people.
Of course, they need their replacements to be in place. Or replacement, excuse me.
This is why I fight so hard on my channel, where I'm trying to tell my brothers, my black brothers, look, man, we've been sold a bill of goods. The only reason why you vote Democrat and why you call yourself a Democrat is because they gave your mama welfare and food stamps. Your grandmama got welfare and food stamps.
Mm-hmm.
Lyndon B. Johnson said flat out when he signed that bill, we'll have these niggers, I'm quoting him specifically, we'll have these niggers voting Democrat for 200 years. Do understand, you were Republicans. You were Republicans before this bill, before the Home Act was signed into existence. You were Republicans because it was the Republicans that freed you from slavery. It was the Republicans that fought. Who do you think the Civil War was fought between? It was fought between the Republicans and the Dixiecrats. The Dixiecrats wound up rebranding themselves. Instead of just being Southern based, they went national and they rebranded themselves the Democrats. It was the Democrats that didn't want the little black girl going to a white school. You remember the picture with Jerry Jones in the photo? Yeah. That was the Democrats that didn't want us as black people going to integrated schools. It was the Democrats that were forcing redlining, block busting. It was the Democrats that burned down Tulsa, Oklahoma, Greenwood, Rosewood, Central Park. All of these things, all of the atrocities that happened to black people in this country were because of Dixiecrats / Democrats.
Yes, it was the Dixiecrats that burned crosses in your yard.
Thank you.
And now they're burning Teslas.
Right, now they're burning Teslas. It was the Democrats. Always the Democrats. For some reason, you think the Republican Party are the party of racists when they're not. They're the party of free enterprise. They're the party. Why? Who do you think gave you affirmative action? Do you think it was the Democrats or the Republicans?
Democrats. I mean, the Republicans.
It was the Republicans that gave you affirmative action. It was the Republicans that gave you the right to vote. It was the Republicans that took away that whole 3/5 of a human being. It was the Republicans that did everything positive as far as legislatively for black people. Affirmative action is no more. What party took away affirmative action?
Democrats.
Well, technically it was the Supreme Court, but the Democrats didn't do shit about it.
Yeah, the Democrats took away affirmative action. Now, under Trump, nobody is special. It's all merit based. That's why they did away with DEI, which majority benefited white women and their lesbian and gay counterparts, be they male or female. White people benefited from DEI. Black people got black females who y'all sit here and bitch and moan and complain about 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They're the ones who benefited from DEI. You know, the ones who were getting arrested and kicked out of office, and you know, and the ones that you know you wish would love you. Yeah, those are Democrats. They're done. Jasmine Crockett, please don't tell me you guys are sitting here thunderclapping the niggotry that comes out of that woman's mouth. She's a Democrat. Yes?
Unfortunately, I could show you a stream where they were doing just that.
Doing what?
Cheerleading for Jasmine Crockett.
Why? She's an embarrassment.
You think I came up with the term "butthurt blue" for no reason?
Woo! What's going on? No news. Snowman, you know you see it. Can you join anyway? Y'all want to send Snowman? Email Snowman the link. No news. If you want to come up, you come on up. Yeah, I don't know how many. Look, no news. I see you starting to post more content. I'm glad you taking my advice. Keep posting, my brother. Keep posting, because the more people, the more. And this is what killed me. Is black men, especially in the red pill sector. I understand that a lot of black men in the red pill sector, we are conservative. But the biggest problem that I have with the red pill black men sector is that even though we are conservative, a lot of brothers are still trying to get prostitutes to love them. A prostitute will never love you. She'll never love you. Oh no, you good? No news. You good? A prostitute will never love you.
Oh, I know what I can do.
A prostitute will never love you. I don't care how much you complain about her ideology. She will never love you. Red, AB, will a prostitute love you?
No.
So why are you crying about her and her actions and the things that she do? Why are you wasting your time talking about prostitute ideology? If brothers want to be like Travis Hunter, then let them be Travis Hunter. You cannot save a simp. Oh, what's up, President? Oh, we talking about Carolyn Levitt. Did y'all send? Did somebody send Stoneman the link?
I did.
All right. Yeah, they love dollars more than morals. Okay. All right. So let me stop. Let me get off my horse. Let me get off my soapbox. Let's get back to. Shall we get back to the press conference?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All right.
The Morin family finally got justice yesterday, but they will never get Rachel back. Our hearts go out to Rachel's family, her 5 children, and her mother, Patty, who has suffered the unimaginable loss of her daughter. In case you missed it last week, President Trump signed a national security presidential memorandum directing federal agencies administering federal land on the border to make land available to the Defense Department in a new national defense area. This followed the president's day 1 executive order committing his administration to marshal all available resources and authorities to stop the unprecedented flood of illegal aliens into our country and to obtain complete operational control of the borders of the United States of America. Once again, the president is fulfilling another key promise. This new national defense area spans more than 170 miles across our border in New Mexico. But in the coming weeks, this administration will add more than 90 miles in the state of Texas.
Do y'all know what that means?
What?
Okay.
What does it mean?
Because, and do understand, I'm explaining this because you guys are working men. All right. The majority of you guys are working men. You work long hours. So you're not hip to a lot of the like little news that goes on, but throughout my day, I keep up with this stuff. So that's why I'm here to inform y'all. What's going on is along the southern border is that you have Mexicans through American contacts. They buy a lot of real estate and houses along the southern border, especially along Texas. All right. Mm-hmm. And they have checkpoints, lookout points, where they keep an eye on Border Patrol. All right. So when Border Patrol goes, they say, okay, go. You know, and then of course the people that come through the southern border, especially parts that are vulnerable. With the U.S. government now having eminent domain along the southern border, especially with what's going on with China and these terrorists, because unlike, you know, Tiffany Cross, like a moron who thinks that China is our ally when they're not.
Did she say that dumb? Okay.
Yeah, she said that. Remember that whole situation with her and Scott Jennings, where they got into that explosive argument where she tried to call him irrelevant, and he was like, bitch, you got fired from your job.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Right. But in that, she called China our allies when they're not. They're our biggest threat next to Russia. So at any rate, what's going on is that China, as a countermeasure to the terrorists, might be looking to commit terrorist activity here in the United States. Mm-hmm. All right. So
say they're not already here.
Yeah, they are here. Keep in mind though, they're about to be deported too. because we've caught Chinese spies here in America. At any rate, those lookout points, like the houses, because keep in mind you have Mexican / South American illegals who are occupying houses and real estate along the southern border and using them for checkouts and lookout points. With the United States now serving eminent domain on land across the border, they can now raid those houses. They can seize that real estate for government control. Do you understand what I'm saying here?
Yeah.
It's all about protecting the border, because there's only two ways that you can get into the United States as far as from land, either the northern border or the southern border. But the southern border is the weakest link, because we have allowed the southern border to pass through so much criminal activity, be it guns, trafficking, bootlegging, etc. As a government, we've allowed this to happen because this is black market money that's been coming in. But now Trump is killing off that black market money. Do you understand?
I do now.
He's killing off the black market money from the southern border. So seizing those lands, seizing those properties, it's like, you know what? From now on, no, we're actually going to do what we're supposed to do and secure our borders. Most importantly, the southern border. Am I making sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
This national defense area will enhance our ability to detect, interdict, and prosecute the illegal aliens, criminal gangs, and terrorists who are able to invade our country without consequence for the past 4 years under the Biden administration. It will also bolster our defenses against fentanyl and other dangerous narcotics that have been poisoning our communities. With all of this work being done to make America great again, we continue to see a positive response from the American public. A brand new poll published from the Daily Mail and JL Partners this morning found that President Trump's approval rating is at an all-time high. That's because the president is working tirelessly to keep his promises to the American people, as I just saw him doing today in the Oval Office. We have a reporter in our new media seat today, Matthew Foldy. I like your boots, Matt. Who is the editor-in-chief of the Washington Reporter. Washington Reporter is a new, fast-growing outlet that breaks stories about legislation and interviews leaders in Congress and across the administration. The publication's readership includes the highest levels of business and government. And with that, please kick us off, Matt.
And we've interviewed you as well. So, Caroline, thanks so much for having me here on behalf of
at least his outfit is matching.
Billions of Americans who I think appreciate what you're doing with the new media.
A lot of Ron Burgundy look there.
Right. He's like Ron Burgundy in his like late 20s, early 30s.
I'm curious with Harvard. We saw the Trump administration today announced it's cutting around $2 billion, freezing $2 billion in funds to Harvard because the campus has serious problems with violence and with anti-Semitism. We saw former President Obama, side with Harvard, which rejected the Trump administration's demands. I'm curious, where does the administration see this going with Harvard and with other colleges and universities in America that are refusing to reform in wake of the sort of craziness that we've seen take over some of them?
Thank you, Matt, for being here, and thanks for the question. When it comes to Harvard, the president's position on this is grounded in common sense, in the basic principle that Jewish American students, or students of any faith, should not be illegally harassed and targeted on our nation's college campuses. And we unfortunately saw that illegal discrimination take place on the campus of Harvard. There are countless examples to prove it, particularly with the stunning confession by then Harvard President Claudine Gay, who said that bullying and harassment depended on the context. The president at that time made it clear to the American public he was not going to tolerate illegal harassment and anti-Semitism taking place in violations of federal law. So the president made it clear to Harvard, follow federal law, no longer break Title VI, which was passed by Congress to ensure no student can be discriminated against on the basis of race, and you will receive federal funding. Unfortunately, Harvard has not taken the president or the administration's demands seriously. All the president is asking, don't break federal law, and then you can have your federal funding. I think the president is also begging a good question. More than $2 billion out the door to Harvard when they have a more than $50 billion endowment. Why are the American taxpayers subsidizing a university that has billions of dollars in the bank already? And we certainly should not be funding a place where such grave anti-Semitism exists.
I'm curious, you would.
All right, so question.
Yes.
No question?
No.
I want black folks I want y'all to understand, because I understand that we as democratically controlled, trained, and indoctrinated black folks is like, well, what about, who cares about what happens to Jewish students? Well, understand, what if these were black students? What if the white people of Harvard said, we don't want no Negroes in our schools?
Right.
The Negro races X, Y, and Z. And then they formed a protest, a violent protest to kick you out.
Very violent.
Yeah, very violent.
Very violent.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Now, personally, I don't care. It's not a black issue, but it is a human rights issue. But understand that the standards of Harvard has fallen so low that they have now they have introduced remedial math into Harvard.
What?
Into Harvard.
Yeah, remedial math.
Remedial math, folks. Into Harvard.
Because their standards have fallen so low that they have fallen into community college in like Idaho range. This is what DEI has produced at Harvard. Do understand their original dean which was a bald head black chick with oversized glasses. She resigned, and then come to find out that the scandal was that she was letting plagiarized works.
Yep. I remember that
flow
story.
Through Harvard. Yeah.
I remember that story very well.
Yeah. Plagiarism was going on at Harvard. This is Harvard.
This is Harvard. This is the top, or one of the top schools in the country. Never mind the fact that it's in that it's in the Ivy League, and yet they were attempting to sweep this story that Bay is talking about under the rug.
Yeah.
They were trying, let me change my sentence. They were trying to sweep this under the rug. And I have a one-word reason as to why. Gynocracy.
Harvard is not for everybody.
Not supposed to be for everybody.
I'm sorry, somebody was about to say something?
Go ahead.
Yeah, and if this is happening at Harvard, where students are behind intellectually, like on their math and reading skills, what does that say about your PWIs, your mainstream PWIs, your junior colleges, your county colleges? And this is a reflection of your elementary and high school systems throughout wherever you may live. And this is why you have people that immigrate over here from East India, China, Korea, Japan, and even a lot Nigeria and a lot of African nations, because they are far more advanced in all the STEM fields. We can't even people that can construct a correct sentence.
Graduating from Harvard.
Don't use no commas, no punctuation points. Don't even understand the concepts of commas. Or
they really don't. They really don't.
Keep in mind, though, I'm saying supposed black men in the red pill space, these black women don't, we the most educated, but yet they sound so freaking stupid.
They sound dumber every day.
But
edges that are located.
Ooh.
yeah, they're graduating from these PWIs and these, what are the black schools called?
HBCUs.
HBCUs, but they're dumb as a sack of fucking hammers.
Yep.
Wait, hold on, Bay. That's
yes.
Insult the hammers. Stop that.
But they're dumb as hell.
They're dumb as shit.
And the nails hold things together.
Right, because this is what DEI produced.
Mm-hmm.
Lower economic standards, lower intellectual standards. So now you have doctors out here who are performing surgeries and whatnot, and people are dying in their chairs. You wonder why all of a sudden you got all of these helicopter and plane crashes going on all over the place.
Hey, babe.
Mm-hmm.
To the panel. Hold on, wait. To the panel. If you want, I can tell you one of the reasons why Howard probably has to use the remedial classes. Just type in Common Core math and try not to punch a hole in the wall. Common Core math that came in under the Obama administration, and try not to punch a hole in the wall.
Oh Jesus!
Well, and I'm going to have to give you a little clap back on the. Are you talking about the helicopter that crashed in New York a couple of days ago?
Yeah, you've got two helicopters.
No. Well,
you've got two helicopter crashes, one in Washington and one in New York.
Well, the one in New York, my friend, he repaired helicopters, and I had called him. Was that helicopter out of your garage? He said no. And to give a little insight, the pilot of that helicopter was a black man, and he was in the Navy, and he used to transport Navy SEALs.
So what happened with the helicopter?
Wait, what happens with helicopters? Because he gave me a 15-minute condensed briefing, education on it. With helicopters, with aeronautics, you got every day you have to do something. Like after the flight, you got daily preventive maintenance. Then you got a checklist of weekly and monthly and quarterly. What happens is a lot of these companies, because they're greedy, and they'll cut back on a lot of the necessary repairs, because when you repair these helicopters, especially for your monthly repairs, they got to be out of service, and they make their money out of doing this tourism. So they say, well, don't do the monthly. I got to get my birds in the air to generate money. So a lot of that is I'm talking about with the tourism helicopters, a lot of that, and you can look up who owns them. That's all I'm going to say, is a lot of greed. They'll cut back on maintenance to get the maximum productivity, which is the passengers in the aircraft to be flown around. And it could be something as a washer missing that would cause something catastrophic to happen with these aircraft.
So what you're looking at is that
with
the
the military,
is held responsible, and somebody's going to go to jail.
Oh yeah, because a lot is a lot of greed where they cut back on maintenance and everything.
Somebody has to go to jail, don't they?
Yeah, somebody got to go to jail. You cost 6 people their lives, 2 of them children.
I got the video of the helicopter falling upside down.
Oh yeah, those videos were wild. There's like 3 videos of what happened with that helicopter crash, and it looked like a technical error. It 100% looked like a technical error.
Wow.
Oh, mercy.
But getting back to Harvard and their educational standards going on, not just with HBCUs, but with these PWIs, because they let DEI candidates get in, they lowered their standards. They even lowered their standards as far as who was in charge.
Crazy.
Yeah. So, I mean, good Lord. There's nothing to protect here. There's nothing to protect here. Only Democratic-minded people which I call liquids, low IQ Democrats, only they're trying to protect their interests / asses simply because, white folks are against it. But you don't seem to understand that DEI benefited white, lesbian, feminist women and their white, homosexual, transsexual counterparts more than the black women that you complain about all day, every day on social media. Am I wrong?
No.
Hello?
No, you're not.
Shall we continue?
Yeah. Hold on. I want to share something right quick.
Go ahead. Who is this? Somebody got something right here. What is this?
Oh, that's mine.
Oh, okay.
Held by my minstrel show with no damn sense. Don't save me. I don't want to be saved. Of course, you got the sip over here. Here I come to save the day.
Like Underdog.
Don't worry, Jasmine. I'll save you.
Here's what's name showing the video. Here's the video. One of the videos of the helicopter crash. Bam. Freaking poor kids, man. I mean, I get it that
wiped out.
You lost, two adults. I mean, you lost adults, but I mean, it's just like when Kobe Bryant and his daughter died.
Yeah.
I mean, we felt more sad for his daughter than we did for Kobe Bryant.
And it wasn't just them; it was a whole nother family too died in that crash too.
Yeah. People have suffered. They were doing so well. Uh-oh. Yeah, those people lost their lives, man. They lost their lives. All right, let's get to it.
We just mentioned Rachel Moore, and I'm a Maryland man, and I think most Marylanders appreciate what you were saying today. We've seen that Chris Van Hollen, who was Rachel Morin's senator,
We gotta get on News Pass, Bay.
basically threatening to fly to El Salvador to press for the release of someone who was in America illegally. And not as much sort of from him about Rachel Morin's horrific murder and the verdict that was, I think, rightly reached yesterday. What does the administration think about the priorities we're seeing from Senate Democrats in terms of illegal immigrants instead of the work that agencies like ICE and DHS are doing with the Trump administration?
It's mind-boggling, the priorities of the modern-day Democrat Party. I think it's atrocious that you have Democrats in Congress on Capitol Hill who swear an oath to protect their constituents and to serve them in Washington, D.C., spending more time defending illegal immigrant gang members than their own constituents and law-abiding American citizens like Rachel Morin. And I saw the president personally on the campaign trail, and I continue to see him in his role as president of the United States, put American families first, reach out to the victims, the families of victims at the hands of illegal immigrant crime. And frankly, the actions and the words of the Democrat Party prove they could not care less about the American public. And maybe if they did, they'd see a bit higher approval ratings right now. Thanks for being here with us today. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. To follow up on something that you just said, why do Ivy League schools get so much federal funding?
It's a very good question. And it's a question the president has obviously raised in his discussions and negotiations with not just Harvard, but also Columbia and many other Ivy League institutions. We have the anti-Semitism task force, which the president promised and delivered on. The anti-Semitism task forces across the government, representatives from various federal agencies who meet on a weekly basis to discuss the question that you just raised. And I think a lot of Americans are wondering why their tax dollars are going to these universities when they are not only indoctrinating our nation's students, but also allowing such egregious illegal behavior to occur.
To follow up on immigration, deporting American citizens to Central American prisons, is it legal, or do you need to change the law to do it?
Well, it's another question that the president has raised. It's a legal question that the president is looking into. And he talked about this yesterday when his meeting with President Bukele in the Oval Office. He would only consider this, if legal, for Americans who are the most violent, egregious, repeat offenders of crime, who nobody in this room wants living in their communities.
And then there's this CHNB thing. President Biden let more than 530,000 people from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, Venezuela into the U.S. with this CHNB program. He did it with the stroke of a pen. And now a judge will not let President Trump undo it with the stroke of a pen. So are you guys going to give all 530,000 plus people individual deportation hearings, or are you just going to try to deport them?
I spoke to White House counsel's office about this morning, because obviously another rogue district court judge is trying to block the administration's mass deportation efforts with this latest injunction. We will fight this in the court of law, and we will ensure that every individual who illegally entered our country and was really taken advantage of by the previous administration, because they abused the parole system in this country to fast track legal status, as they said, for these illegal immigrants. And they completely abused our legal system. Many of these paroled individuals were then given temporary protected status, which the intention of that TPS was only supposed to be used in times of war or storm or destruction in the home countries of these migrants. It was completely abused. These migrants came here for economic reasons, and they illegally entered our country, and the president is not going to tolerate that. And so we will continue to focus on deporting as many individuals as we can.
Do y'all know what she just said, what she's talking about?
I got an idea.
Well, go ahead, spill it.
I'm sorry about that, folks. Just got back here. Most of the immigrants that came over here came in illegally, basically was given a free pass, and also basically given free money. Now, I may have misunderstood some of that, but that's what I'm taking from it. And Trump plans to get them all the hell out of here because they didn't earn their way into this country. That is what I am pulling from it. If I'm wrong in any way, please explain.
No, you touched on the surface of it. AB, what you got on it?
Yeah, what Snowman just said, that sounds about right.
This is what happened. These people were giving dead people social security numbers. And therefore,
I didn't think about that point, but yeah, they were.
That makes sense. So some of them were 300 years old.
Yeah,
right.
That makes total sense.
This is why that guy in the Social Security office got arrested yesterday. But they were giving out dead people's social security numbers to these illegal immigrants.
Speaking of that, though,
hence the free pass.
Yeah, speaking of that, though, the way they trolling them on TikTok, though, I can't believe Donald Trump took away my great grandfather's Social Security benefits. I mean, I haven't flowered the flowers at his grave in about 2 years, but I can't believe they're taking. There's several bills like that. I'm just cracking up. I'm like, that's so petty.
What's going on, Detroit? Yeah. So what happened was, remember, the government canceled. They killed off all social security numbers of anybody that was 120 years old plus, which was millions of people.
Yes.
So, also at the same time, anybody that was over I think it was over 90 years old, they had to provide proof of life. But the thing about it is that they already knew. Understand? I don't care how much you try to fraudulate a social security number or a benefit or whatnot. Trust me, the government knows you're full of crap.
And they certainly did try to fraudulate a lot of it.
Right. So a lot of these people were kicked off the rolls. If you feel that you were unjustly kicked off the roll, then you needed to file a proof of life certificate. It's the same thing that happens. Okay, like, because keep in mind, during the Biden administration, y'all remember when I had the Embrace Villainy channel and I was talking about moving, you know, the overseas or whatnot.
Yeah.
A lot of the videos that I watched, they were talking about guys who, you know, who needed to file proof of life paperwork who didn't, so therefore their benefits were cut off. So you had guys who were in the Philippines and whatnot who were like, look, man, come on. You need to go to the embassy, provide proof of life through video chat, whatever. So therefore your benefits will kick in. This is exactly what the government is doing because those cut a lot of people off. They're no longer taking phone calls without proof of life. You have to provide proof of life. This is what's going on. You have to provide proof of life that you are who you are. If not, then the social security number is deactivated. This is what Trump is doing, at least his administration is doing, in order to have a lot of illegals self-deport. Remember when we did the whole agricultural thing, because Jasmine Ratchet Crockett was talking about some, ain't nobody trying to take no cotton.
Oh my God.
Well, machines pick cotton now. 40% of the agricultural workers are illegal, undocumented, or illegal immigrants, okay?
FYI, nobody's picking cotton right now because it's called a cotton gin. One machine can pick as many as can pick the same amount of over the amount of 200 people in one day.
Thank you. I mean, they got whole machines now that pick cotton. It's no longer done by hand.
Also, she's also full of crap for saying that black people don't farm. There are tons of black farmers. In fact, they just won a $2 billion settlement.
Shit, I live on a farm.
So that proves Jasmine Crockett don't even watch Roland Martin, because Roland Martin, as much as we like to make fun of him, he's one of the very few black media people that constantly talk about the black farmers in the United States.
No credit to him. Okay.
Look at Roland Martin actually doing something positive for black people, which is very rare.
No, he bring their issues up. I gotta give the devil his due.
Okay, yeah, give the devil his due. So at any rate,
but you don't get none though, Bay.
It's fine. I'm no longer. I am no longer the devil. I am the devil king.
Fine.
So at any rate,
I love that.
So at any rate, those people with illegal social security numbers, as Trump said, you need to leave the country, reapply, and come back in. Personally, I say if you're already here, you need to apply. You get 6 months to take a citizenship test, and if you and in those 6 months, you have to go to a community college from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. to learn English, to pass a civics class, and then you come back in. You pass the test, we give you your citizenship papers, which are conditional. Don't commit a crime. As long as you didn't commit a crime where you came from or a crime here, you can stay. You get 5 years probationary, and then you become a legal documented / American. But do understand, you are subject to our laws. So if you commit a crime, you will go to an American or foreign prison that takes American prisoners. That'll happen to you.
Is the Uncle Sam tattoo mandatory?
Hey, who are you? Were you not born? Or were you born here?
Yeah, I'm talking about to the legal immigrants.
That's what I'm saying. Were you born here?
Yes, I was.
I mean, as far as an illegal immigrant.
Oh, I'm not a legal immigrant, so.
I know, but let some of these people tell it.
I'm a prisoner of war.
Or let some of these people on YouTube tell it concerning you specifically. You know where they put you in the category at.
Well, it's funny. What they call me, if I was actually what they claim I am, I would say this is the land that my ancestors conquered.
Oh, well, yeah.
Okay then. If you don't like me being here, then deport me.
Yeah,
motherfucker.
But that's what they call me. I'm not Mayo, so.
Then deport me, motherfucker.
I'm special sauce, but I'm not Mayo.
Then deport me, motherfucker. Like, plus, who the hell wants to be a part of your niggotry anyway?
Exactly.
But I digress. Give these people special privilege. Keep them in the agricultural sector. Hey, look, self-report. Either self-report or self-deport. Because if you don't self-report and we come and get you, you'll be self-deported. And you won't be allowed to come back. So either self-report or self-deport. That's the most humane way to do things. Take the civics class, take the English class, 6 months. We'll meet you at the courthouse. Second floor, room 203. Go ahead, take your citizenship test. And if you pass it, then go downstairs in the basement, raise your right hand, pledge allegiance to the flag, and we'll give you your papers. That's the most humane way I see of dealing with it. But if you have a criminal record, be it here or in whatever country you reported from, you got to go. You gotta go. You gotta go. So this is what she's talking about. These people have lost their social security numbers. So therefore, they can no longer work legally, quote unquote, in the United States. They're done. Therefore, right. So whoever employed you, they can no longer write you a check or direct deposit your money because your social security number is invalid. Because, by the way, your social security number is identity fraud, identity theft.
And that's one thing they don't want to mention or say out loud, that it is identity theft.
Thank you.
They don't want to.
It's identity theft.
Say it out loud. You know why they don't want to say it out loud? Because they want to cover. They think they've covered every corner of it, but they're not realizing that it is identity fraud, and they're hiding. They're flat out hiding behind other stuff, thinking that they won't cut all of the cut through. I beg your pardon. All of the red tape.
100%.
Well, this is the administration of FAFO, so let them keep playing around.
Well, they're doing the FA, and the FO is coming real soon.
So this is the beauty. This is the beauty of this government.
Yep.
They're holding people accountable. They're holding people accountable.
Did you say a foreign word like, oh dear God, accountable?
Yeah. Y'all ready to continue?
Yes.
Sure.
Quick update from Orlando. In the play-in tournament, we got 6:50 remaining in the second period. Orlando 47, Atlanta 30. Wendell Carter Jr. has a free throw after making a bucket for a 3-point play. There you go.
Okay.
Oh, it's playing
Jeff.
time? Okay.
One on tariffs and one on Russia. Can you give us any sort of an update on which deals are in hand or are close? Which countries are reaching a deal on tariffs? And then on Russia, can you give us an update on what the agreement was with Russia? The president yesterday said that he thinks we'll be seeing some very good deals very soon. Can you talk a little bit about what Russia agreed to?
Sure.
Okay. Before we get into that, oh boy, yo, here's your California cutie right here in her special corner.
Uh-oh.
She always in her special corner.
Oh boy.
She in her corner, the California cutie.
Right there.
Yeah, she
Right
always
there.
in her corner.
trying to hide in plain sight.
Yeah, she always standing right there.
Yeah,
All right,
that's
let's
true.
do it.
And then on Russia, can you give us an update on what the agreement was with Russia? The president yesterday said that he thinks we'll be seeing some very good deals very soon. Can you talk a little bit about what Russia agreed to?
Sure. I don't want to get ahead of our United States Trade Ambassador and Secretary of Commerce, the Secretary of Treasury, all the great individuals who are working incredibly hard to cut these good trade deals. And the president's deeply involved in this as well. He has made it clear to his trade team he wants to personally sign off on all of these deals too. And so I don't want to get ahead of them on announcements. But obviously, as you've heard from numerous administration officials, there have been many talks with countries. We've had more than 15 deals, pieces of paper put on the table, proposals that are actively being considered. And as we've said consistently, more than 75 countries have reached out. So there's a lot of work to do. We very much understand that, but we do believe that we can announce some deals very soon.
Speaking of Russia, red pill sleeper cell, you called it.
I did.
You called it about Zelensky.
Okay.
What'd you say about Zelensky? 3 months.
Yeah. What happened? Please. Oh God.
What'd you say about Zelensky? What's gonna happen to him within 3 months?
He's gonna be off.
Yeah. Because understand that the United States is trying to decouple from China. That's why they're trying to secure the border from China. They're about to decouple from China because China act like they don't want to back down from the tariffs. Right. Chinese factories, because understand, China needs us 1,000,000% times more than we need them. Everything we get from China, we can get from another country.
Oh, did you hear about the kid that killed both his parents?
Yeah, I heard about that.
We dealt about this yesterday. Where were you?
Yeah, apparently he has some Ukraine ties or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's Ukrainian tied. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Let's get back on track. So China needs us 1,000,000 times more than we need than them. Because without the US market, China's economy would collapse. China is now trying to use other avenues to try to get back into the American market, including Taiwan. They're trying to flood the UK with their stuff. The UK they're like, their population is the size of Texas. They can't afford it. So therefore, they're limited on what's coming out of China. China is trying to go through Vietnam to push their products into the United States, but the United States already know what's going on. China has their development markers. You understand? That's like if you always dribble to the left and you shoot right. Yeah, we already know their market. So therefore, no, we're still going to tariff you the same way because we know these are your products. So the US is trying to decouple from China. What China brings us, we can produce here in the United States or get from other countries. But what we provide China, they can't get it from other countries. Am I making sense?
Yeah.
Right. So China's in big trouble. They already have factories shutting down. because of the tariffs. They won't back down. More than likely, before the end of the year, you might see a change in leadership as far as who's in charge of China, which is a communist country. A lot of people don't understand that the businesses that are in China that does business with the United States, 51% of those businesses are owned by the Chinese government. They're a communist country.
Yeah.
They are screwed.
51% of the shares going to be owned by a CCCP member or a family member of a CCCP
Exactly.
member.
Exactly. They're screwed. They are so screwed. We don't need their junk. I'm sorry. And keep in mind, I know some of y'all have these phones. An iPhone, do you need it or is it because you want it?
It's a status symbol.
Yeah, it's a status symbol.
Right.
Although the Galaxy 25 Ultra is a far superior device, but Apple has become a status symbol.
It's a status symbol.
And they start.
And who uses it as a status symbol?
And even
It
the people that own iPhone. Go ahead.
It's a status symbol for a lot of people, and never mind the people that are just happy enough to have something that works after struggling for such a long time and don't want to pony up the money for an Apple iPhone or Apple phone or whatever the hell it is.
It is wild. It is wild out here. Do you understand? China is losing. They're losing big time.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, Apple screens are too small for me, but
what the United States is doing, they are crippling China's economy. Therefore, they are crippling China. Even though we owe them $35 trillion, that debt is being paid off. You understand? That debt is being paid off quickly. By this time next year, we probably won't owe them a goddamn dime.
Good.
Plus, they don't have the military might to stop us because they don't have access to nuclear weapons. Did y'all know that? China does not have nuclear weapons.
Ooh, wait,
you sure about that?
Yes. Matter of fact, let me double check.
Because China has nuclear weapons.
Yeah, China has nuclear weapons.
Hold on. I'm about to ask. Does China have nuclear weapons? Okay,
yes,
all right, so they do. So China has possessed nuclear weapons. It conducted its first nuclear test in 1964.
Yeah, because they got it during the Bill Clinton administration.
Yes, it has since developed a significant arsenal let me slow down. It has developed a significant arsenal as of 2025. Estimates suggest that China has approximately 600 nuclear warheads. It has also modernized its nuclear compatibilities, including intercontinental ballistic missiles, submarine-launched ballistic missiles, and bombers. China adheres to a no first use policy, meaning it pledges not to use nuclear weapons unless attacked with them first. Okay, so all right, so I was wrong, and it's fine. I don't mind being wrong. That's why we're all here, so we can talk.
Did you graduate from Harvard, Bay?
Yes, I did. But I don't think China will go ahead and use nuclear weapons because they do understand we will destroy them.
Nobody wants nuclear war. Also, we don't have a chance against China's Navy.
War any damn way.
Yeah, because we used them to build our warships. How stupid was that?
Yeah, they can out-manufacture us when it comes to warships. In fact, Peak Headset said we would only last around 72 hours, which China's warships with the enemy ammunition we have and stuff.
Good Lord.
Charles, get your butt up here.
He at work. He at work. As long as he's in the chat, that's cool.
Well, he can
You say
log on.
China and Russia also has unstoppable hypersonic missiles. You say somebody showed pictures of what China looked like before or after we started buying their stuff. They don't want to go back. According to Man of Sexual Beef, during Clinton was better than Trump. Okay. China has a hell of a defense. Make no mistake about it. Woo. Okay. So we'll see. All right. So shall I continue with Carolyn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
On Russia, can you say, did Russia agree to anything with Special Envoy Steve Witkoff?
I don't want to get ahead of those negotiations as well. What I can tell you is that they were a productive conversation was had. As the presidential envoy Steve Witkoff said last night, he believes that Russia wants to end this war, and the president believes that as well. There is incentive for Russia to end this war, and perhaps that could be economic partnerships with the United States. But we need to see a ceasefire first, and the president and the presidential envoy Witkoff made that very clear to the Russians. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. And
Yeah.
I also want to thank your press office for releasing that information that you cited up there regarding the ICE arrests of the last couple of days. And
By the way, Charles has now joined the chat.
Plays intro.
Yeah, I sent him the link, so don't worry about it.
Play his intro. Okay.
Also, the
Okay.
goddamn laws in the house.
Well, okay. Hold on. Let me scroll up and find it. We did have to leave it. Oh, here he is.
Hey.
I like to say, make way for my rival worm. I gotta make a correction about the war with China. China, like a few other authoritarian countries, never put out negative press, correct?
They try not to.
Here's the thing about a war with China. China's not as cracked up as they claim to be. Yes, they're technologically making moves. Who has the more experienced Navy?
United
U.S.
States and Russia.
Who has the more battle-tested Navy?
United
The U.S.
States.
Who has the better admirals and captains?
The U.S.
So, even though they can out-manufacture us, which I have no problem admitting that, who already has a blue water presence currently, China or the United States?
United States. We got the
US.
7th Fleet already over there.
So we literally have fleets where they don't have as many destroyers. So it will be interesting because it's not just the weapons you have, it's also what you use. Because when has China made anything close to the stealth bomber?
I think it was the J-25.
Still not on the level of stealth bomber, is it?
No.
Not even close. And you got to remember, there's shit under the Americans' books that we don't even know about. We don't even know what the fuck the stealth bomber is actually made of. So, it'll be prolonged, but of manufacturing in America.
Yeah, and
But
although
yes, they had the manufacturing. Yes, so
yeah, and China's pumping out ships, but it's a thing though when you birth a ship, it has to go through sea trials, and that could take over a year to 18 months.
You know what? Detroit posted something. Like he said, China has 90% military base in America. And that's how China got their hands on nuclear weapons, because the administration allowed them to get the access of USA nuclear launch codes, which I think came because of the Clinton administration. But Dr. Phil actually showed Trump the overlay of land owned by China in the United States. And a lot of that overlay was where we have our nuclear silos. And Trump looked very pissed off about that. He looked very pissed off about
That's
that.
why-
Do you all want to see that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and that's why you got to realize that one. Shout out to the Great Faulkner Initiative. You know the initiative I stole, right?
Yeah, you thief.
Why do we? Goddamn thief. Just call me Lupin the Third, motherfuckers. Lupin the Third. This is the reason. I'm gonna give y'all some game. No insecurity at the Apple Store. If you don't have your kids in summer camp, they should be at your local mall where there's an Apple Store taking coding classes at least 3 to 4 times a week. If they get good, they'll get scholarships from Apple. Do you know majority of the people from Apple? Black dude, right? His mother's a doctor. He works at Apple. He gets scholarships and discounts. And he's in the school for neuroscience.
Damn.
So, if you're not friendly with your local black people who work at Apple, those are going to be the smartest motherfuckers in the next few years.
Yep.
And guess who's been handing out cards? So, you got to understand this. We have a way, what did I say 4 years ago? The keys to the kingdom. Did it hold true? Did it hold true again?
It sure did.
Yeah.
I told you even more so when the motherfucker got back in the office. They need you more than ever. Did I say that 4 years prior?
Mm-hmm.
You did.
I'm gonna have to step away because I have to do another interview, and then I am probably gonna call it a night. But thanks for letting me up for the time that I was here. I really appreciate it.
Get some,
No
get
problem.
some work in, get some sleep.
Nice to see you, Snowman.
Thanks, man.
So, and it's funny, right? Because when I talk about the keys to the kingdom, how many people gave me pushback? When Cerulean and myself gave the Great Faulkner Initiative, how many niggas gave push? Why should we go to the military? Where the fuck should technology going first?
Military.
How much, Chat GPT, AI is going to your goddamn, shout out to Nameless Protagonist, shout out to Sad Dog. We had a 3-hour-long conversation about some goddamn, what the Space Force, go look up what the Space Force is doing. Don't worry, when I get back into motion, I'm going to do a veterans-only panel, no offense to my non-veterans, because I want to get a lot of veterans mindset, at least for the first hour or two, veterans only, and then everybody else can join in. Because look up what the Space Force is planning to do. When they said that motherfucker's the final frontier, let me put this out to you. One asteroid, if you can mine it, has enough natural resources that quadruples all the money on planet Earth.
We're listening.
If they find a way to mine asteroids for fuel and other resources, there's only like 2 or 3 countries with a fucking Space Force, by the way. Us, Great Britain, and maybe Russia.
Yeah.
So final recall is going to be real.
Yeah. And if you can get a hold and start fucking mining, put some rockets there to keep it within orbit, at least around the moon or something like that, and you can mine that fucking shit, you will have access to enough more resources that will quadruple all the wealth on planet Earth today. You could literally say fuck these countries. I got something you can't. And you can't beat me because we're here first. And good luck trying to blast ships up here because we got the high ground, Anakin.
And there's probably some minerals out there that's not even present on Earth.
You might have some
100%.
You might have some DC Comics and some MCU shit coming down the pipe in 10 to 15 years. I've already told you, and answer me if I'm wrong, Blair. How many motherfuckers in Special Forces stay in there for 20 years, and the only thing changed about the motherfuckers is their color of their beards?
Say that again?
How many motherfuckers you seen in special operations, the only thing changed about them is the color of their beard?
Yeah, you're right.
You think they're not pumping these motherfuckers? I heard it from a friend of mine. They give these motherfuckers certain shit that big army does not have.
Yeah.
How do you continue 20 years, 25 years of special operations and peak physical condition in your 50s?
I'll go.
They need those guys. You need them for as long as they're able to be physically fit to do the job.
So you're telling me they don't have a super soldier serum? Wink, 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 nod, nod, and they don't give these motherfuckers to keep in their prime?
That makes you wonder what's going on with all of those missing children.
Don't we have CRISPR? Don't we have stem cell research?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It makes you wonder what happened to all those missing children.
You think all those aborted fetuses are not being put into fucking people to keep them young forever?
Of course.
I mean, you hit the right genetic sequence with CRISPR, you're basically Deadpool and Wolverine. You'll always regenerate. So when I tell people I go down to deep rabbit holes, there is no fucking way we're gonna put millions of dollars in your training, and we're not gonna figure out a way for you to stay in this fucking organization for 20 plus years. I can pay for your training, but goddamn, how much is that experience worth? There's the guy I know. I'm not gonna tell you where he works currently, but there's a black guy who did 25, 27 years in special operations. Black guy. Was the consultant to some of your favorite action movies, by the way. And he even told me some shit. Don't be surprised if I get some special operations guys and do some interviews. I'm working on a few people now from the Olympics. Lewis already knows.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna tell you this. If I get a chance to convince the person to do it, don't be surprised. On many different levels. Because notice people probably saying, well, Charles, what the hell does it have to do with this now? You gotta understand something. The most battle-tested country in the world today is the United States. I would probably put at some point Israel above, but when it comes to full-fledged war, it's going to be the United States. We literally had a fucking 21-year war.
And Russia.
You got to think about it. We literally spent my fucking generation spent 20 years kicking the shit out of terrorism. So when we look at this, we look at it because, look, it's the mentality. China's going through the same shit the United States is going through with the men laying flat shit. If we don't take this time to galvanize the boys, look, if you got sons and nephews right now, get them a fucking weight set, get them a gym membership, get them a trainer, get them a tutor at math and English. And they will pretty much be a god compared to everybody else going into school this next school year or going into college. You want them to score high on the ASVAB. What did I tell you about Mello? That motherfucker.
I'll be back in a little bit.
He's going to be attached to an SF unit. which is fifth group, which is in Africa. I'm going to put an intelligence enlisted personnel in Africa who's black. We should have done that 25 years ago. And we would have never lost Africa. China would have never had a stronghold in it. If we would have developed fucking Africa 25, 30 years ago, America would run the world for 2,000 years. Am I lying?
You know what? That was the biggest problem that we suffered as the United States when China kicked us out of Africa.
And all you had to do was come with a better deal.
Matter of fact, let me show this right quick.
Look at this map. I did a show about this. The red is where Chinese government has funded buying major farmland. Yeah. And then superimposed on that are some of our most strategic military bases. And you can see there's Dugway Proving Ground.
The closest object to your right is going to make you famous.
Sorry. God damn it.
The closest object to your right is going to make you famous.
My bad. That's my fault.
The closest object to your right is going to...
Hold on. Let me come back to it. That was my fault. Okay.
Know about this. The red is where Chinese government has funded buying major farmland. Yeah. And then superimposed on that are some of our most strategic military bases. And you can see there's Dugway Proving Ground. That's military equipment, biological, chemical weapons. They're surrounding it. Utah Test Training Range, the largest supersonic authorized restricted airspace in the United States. Whiteman Air Force Base, B-2 Spirit Stealth Bomber Base, missile drone operations, MQ-9 Reaper, Global Strike Command 3, Fort Liberty, Airborne Special Operations Forces, Rapid Deployment. Look at this map. I did a show about this. The red is where Chinese government has funded buying major farmland. Yeah. And then superimposed on that are some of our most strategic military bases. And you can see there's Dugway Proving Ground. That's military equipment, biological, chemical weapons. They're surrounding it. Utah Test Training Range, the largest supersonic authorized restricted airspace in the United States. Whiteman Air Force Base, B-2 Spirit Stealth Bomber Base, missile drone operations, MQ-9 Reaper, Global Strike Command 3, Fort Liberty, Airborne Special Operations Forces, Rapid Deployment. Look at this map.
Y'all saw that all right?
Mm-hmm. You know, I'm going to say this. And thank you for everybody. You know what I love about the group that we have? I may not always get 100, 200 people like I used to, but at least I get the smart motherfuckers in my chats. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But especially with the joint ventures. People get what the fuck. Did I make sense of my soliloquy about 10 minutes ago? About how you need to develop tutors and go to fucking Apple and get the free coding classes.
Yes.
How you need to get your reading comprehension, your vocab, and your pronunciations correct. How you need your arithmetic to be on par. And you'll basically go to anywhere you want because they need us. You score high enough on the ASVAB. I just mentored a kid who's in intelligence. And he's going to fucking 5th Group Special Forces attachment. So wait a minute. Instead of arguing if the Gray Faulkner Initiative is a good thing, why don't you study to see if the motherfucker works? And it's been proven correct for years. Now, let's look at this shit right here. You wonder why so many people say the Clintons ought to go to jail for fucking treason. That's why. Another one anyway. How the entire fuck do you allow your competitor? This is another case of if you and your enemy pray to the same God, only one of your prayers get answered. And these are the fucking retards that get upset with Trump, and Trump's probably the only fucking reason that you still have a semblance of fucking power in this fucking world. Because we know sure as shit if Kamala would have got the seat of power, we're fucked. You think she would have done some tariffs?
Hell no.
You think they would have kicked up and say, we're wasting $50 million in Gaza?
They'd have been dumping so much money in Gaza, it'd been ridiculous.
You would have been.
There'd been no such thing as a peace talk.
I would have told you this, and I'm gonna say it now. And I had to tell a buddy of mine who's an E8 in the military. I said, kid, we went to war together. We went to war. Your son has no fucking business, neither does mine, fighting a war we should have finished. None whatsoever. If we don't fucking make sure our shit is good now, our sons are gonna fight a war. Okay? And when I tell people this, because you're just a Trump supporter, I want to support somebody that gives my fucking people, my country, my descendants, the ability to live prosperously and free. What the fuck is wrong with that? Some people just need to think very pragmatically and look at the economic sense does all this shit make.
Can I be honest?
Go ahead, please.
Because of the Democratic Party, black people are very anti-American. Because the Democratic Party always pushes the slavery and racism card. They always pushes the race card on black people. I mean, you know it's bad when you got white women standing outside of a gay establishment singing a song talking about some trust black women, knowing that we know that today's black women are the biggest fucking idiots in the world.
But go ahead, Bay.
But I mean, when you look at who represents us in media and in government and everything, we do not agree with these people. These people are absolute morons. They are an embarrassment. But this is who we, Tiffany Cross, Jasmine Crockett, Maxine Waters, etc. I mean, people are embarrassment, but we're pushed to believe that this is what black people think. Not also, who's the Van Jones and who's the other guy, Ricky Smiley, and all of them. These are the people that we're supposed to. They push upon us as black leaders, but they're not leaders.
But the thing that so also, Bay, one, me and Charles always talk about this. Black people as a whole, as a collective, does not understand how power works. They only see the world that's within their city. They don't understand how the world works. Hey, Charles, how many people that get on the panels and argue with BGS or anybody that about how the world is, and they never traveled outside the country?
Numerous, man. I've said this, and I'm glad you mentioned it. Two things black men don't understand: power and freedom. I notice when I come up with sayings like that, it's very hard to debate it. We don't understand true power and freedom. You know why? Because you've always been the subservient role, whether you like it or not. You can't even punish your bitch for taking your kids away. I want you to think about that. You're talking about, well, black men need to get up and do this. We need to do better. How the fuck do you do better when everybody's making you do worse? Every time a black man does better, what does your woman do? Sell you out to another race of people.
And if you can't control your family, how can you control a nation? Exactly.
Think about this. I want you to think about it. How much How much money is spent on black hair care each year?
Trillions. Plenty of Korean kids are going to top tier universities because of that.
Black women, because of their self-esteem issues, would rather invest in some fake hair than their. That is the same.
Oh, he's gone.
Can you hear me?
No, he's still there.
Hello?
He's still here. Say it again, Charles. Black women will invest in fake hair.
They would rather invest in fake hair than their sons getting a great education. They spend collectively what? Over what?
Billions
billion?
of dollars.
But we don't have any money in the community, right? You literally gave the keys to the powers to every other race. And they mistreat you in return. Your return on investment is servitude.
You're trying to buy that love.
What happens?
You have
What
to
happens?
buy that love.
Every time you go to a gas station in the black community, it's not a black person who owns it nor works it. And how many billions do they make? We coming for you too. We coming for you too, Hispanics. You can't even, in a black community, when the trash needs to be swept out, or when construction is made, how many brothers you see working those jobs?
You know what? I mean, I guess maybe because I'm here in Atlanta, but I have to admit, even in Columbus, Ohio, I saw a lot of black trash men.
You'll see the trash men, but I'm talking about when they like sweeping up the streets. When they doing the construction on the roads.
Driving a truck.
I have to admit, I see a mixture.
Yep. But yet, there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee about putting that money in investments. And let's be serious, right? All economics is warfare. Would you agree?
Yeah. Yes. It's nonviolent warfare.
Mm-hmm.
And the battle uniform is a three-piece suit.
Exactly. Because people in three-piece suits kill more people than in BDUs.
That's why you always see your general dress uniforms at press briefings. But that's a different subject for another day.
Oops, somebody needs to clip that because that's a short right there. Now, let's look at this shit, right? Black men should be as pissed off as Trump when he saw that shit. The same way I look at that shit with all those strategic places where they have land, and you know they got fucking spies. It's the same way I look at the black community. You ever notice the most violent areas in America has the best hospitals? Lots of practice, right? Johns Hopkins just rode past it. But how many of us are in the forefront of making decisions for those hospitals? You're okay sweeping the beds, changing the beds, sweeping the floors, mopping the floors. But when it comes to decision making, not you, nigga. Not you. That's why economics is. Why do you think we harp on military, police, firefighter? They capture education because a lot of your jobs are actually counted as college credit for your training. You're into the middle class automatically, the true middle class. Number 3, it's a powerful voting bloc. And when you look at that shit, why is it the Clintons fucking put in jail for that shit? And even if it's not going to be the Clintons, who the fuck authorized these motherfuckers to get that fucking close? Are we that desperate for money that we'll fuck the country?
Hold on. New Glory, what have you posted? Because I post everybody's comments. But go on. Charles.
But I'm just looking at that. Like, I don't know if you got a screenshot of those strategic places. Imagine if we do go to war. I think it's a jump.
Go up, Bay. You talking about the one with the Chinese? Hello.
I'm here.
You did a comment on the Chinese. Comment go up.
Yeah, like you see that map, right? And there's a reason why a lot of those bases are strategically where they are. One, depending on the country we may have beef with, it's a quicker route going that way. Number two,
I posted this.
Oh yeah, it's a stronghold. And we get and like you said earlier, Bay, when we relied on them to make our shit, that should have been a fucking act of fucking treason. Should have. Should have been an act of treason. You're gonna put this country. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Let me stop.
As far as I'm concerned, everything that's coming out of CNN and MSNBC's mouth, as far as undocumented, as far as illegals and everything, as far as I'm concerned, they're talking treason. As far as I'm concerned, them defending illegals, that's treason. Look, here's the definition of treason. Under U.S. law, treason is defined in Article 3, Section 3 of the Constitution as levying war against the United States or adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. It is the only crime explicitly defined in the Constitution. So you sitting up here talking about illegals and how they deserve this and deserve that. I'm sorry, that's treason.
And what does the word explicitly mean?
Where you are, look, you're sitting up here. Do understand these students who are being deported, rounded up and deported, you're here on a visa. If you're sitting up here supporting Hamas and chanting anti-American slogans, I'm sorry, you're an enemy. You're, as far as the U.S. is concerned, you are an enemy combatant. It's not a matter of free speech. Yes, in America, you're free to say whatever you want to say, but you are not free from consequences. And if you are not a U.S. citizen, you get deported from that. Go to another country and get engaged in their anti-Chinese or anti-Philippine or anti-Brazilian or whatever the hell you go. Get caught up in their politics where you're anti-government and see what happens to you.
You get disappeared.
Hey, Charles.
Sir.
I have it here for you. Explicitly, in a clear and detailed manner, leaving no room for confusion or doubt. Explicitly.
So, for that, basically, with no doubt, the only crime that you be put, just the founding fathers, whether if you agree with them or not, thought that treason was so heinous that we had to put this shit in our Constitution because we couldn't trust you motherfuckers. And we were going through war or just ending the war when the shit was being written. So much so that we
get the fuck out.
Yeah, exactly. We could actually put you to death over treason. Now, think about that. You're doing some anti-American shit, starting up riots, which we do have a freedom of assembly, but a peaceful assembly. I'm just looking at this shit and I'm saying, how the fuck do you spread these rumors and lies? You spread rumors and lies. And think about this. How many motherfuckers... Here's one of the most treacherous things we've done. We let known terrorists in our country. And how many years, Bay and Lewis, did I tell people you need to arm yourselves?
Years.
Since I've known you.
I've known you. It's been what, 8, almost 10 years?
Yeah. And I'm one of the few black men who openly say it in this space. Because I've told y'all, from what's coming down the pipe, even before Biden got in, it's no difference when Lewis said, get ready for these prices. I tell Lewis to give his flowers all the time. You don't know how many people's lives you might have saved, especially if people needed that fucking food for dietary reasons.
Let me say this real quick. Let me tell you something. If this country ever goes into a civil war, if you may be skin folk, but you are not kin folk. I will pop you faster. I will pop you just as fast as I'll pop a white person.
Hey, Bay.
Because I do not support democratic ideology. The democratic ideology is what will kick off this war. If we have a civil war, it will again be democratic as Dixiecratic ideology. What were you about to say, Lewis?
How long we been doing streams together?
It's been about a year or so. Been about a year.
Do you remember we did a stream on a bunch of sleeper cells? No pun intended. A bunch of sleeper cells that's in this country.
Yo, we did reviews on movies concerning sleeper cells in this country.
No pun intended. Yeah.
Civil War, Rampage was all about people with democratic ideology who felt that their narcissism was so great that their ideology was greater than the government's. If y'all remember that movie Civil War, the guy from Breaking Bad, what type of American?
Yeah.
Are you one that supports the Constitution, or you feel that your narcissism makes you want things to be the way they want to be? And the fucked up part about that movie, if you really look at it now in retrospect, the movie ended with the narcissist winning because they were against the president, the democratically elected leader of the United States. They really thought that they would win the war. That movie was bullshit. Think about it, Lewis. That movie was bullshit.
Yeah. And guess what? It's coming to fruition.
Yeah, but the thing is that it won't even get that far. Because let me explain something too. I've been saying this to black folks on my last channel. You do not create any ammunition. You do not foster any guns. You're just a bunch of people with some handguns and some fucking extendo clips
with no tactical training.
You will lose immediately. You will be sniped just by local SWAT who will snipe you and then be in line waiting for McDonald's to open up so they can get an egg McMuffin with a large coffee. You're not that guy. You're not that guy. Stop letting the TV con you into thinking that you tough.
Well, oh God. I'm thinking about to be taken over by the Holy Spirit of Saint David Carroll. I'm about to be possessed for a moment.
Say it.
Black people are fucking cowards, okay? They would bust your grape in a minute. But when Mr. Mayo comes, they want to cry and they want to protest and march. But they don't got that smoke for Mr. Mayo. Mayonnaise.
Too busy trying to get that pat on the freaking head. No, we're literally talking about the movie Civil War.
Look. Oh God. I don't want to say it.
Right. Dude, look, no news. I went to the range. There's photos of me at the range, videos of me at the range. I used to go to the range a lot, especially in Ohio, because I knew what I was surrounded by. I was in Columbus, Ohio. I knew exactly where I was. You think I could go ahead from 50 to 100 yards? Try me with a handgun. Try me.
Look, let me shut up before I get people in trouble.
You used to go a lot to ammo prices. Yeah, shoot, stuff goes up. Pittsburgh enters the chat. Look,
you know what these babbling buffoons proved? Bay,
go ahead.
These niggas proved that God had a sense of humor. When God created this Negro, he had to take a step back and chuckle at what he created.
My biggest enemy was my next door neighbor. If
the ones with the collard greens?
Yes.
Collard greens too? Oh.
Yes. If crap hit, let me explain something to y'all. If crap hit the fan, my biggest concern would have been my immediate next door neighbor.
Wow.
I'll never forget, it was around Thanksgiving. I bought 3 bushels of collard greens. Come to find out I only needed 1. I gave them 2. I gave them 2 bushels of collard greens. This was a married dude with a family. I used to talk to this guy, be cutting the grass. We would talk sports and everything and whatnot. Come to find out this dude, I had 2 tents in my backyard, one on the elevated back patio, one in the backyard. He tried to tear them down. He tore down the one on the patio and tried to tear down the one in the backyard, but he couldn't. This dude was an enemy, smiling in my face the whole time.
And don't you know, Bay?
Huh?
The more you're charitable to these motherfuckers, the more they despise you.
Yes, because when I look back on it, I realized he was giving me fake smiles. He saw me as soft and weak, not knowing that the whole time while I'm handing off these bushels, dude, like I'm carry concealed. You know what I'm saying? I'm carry concealed. I don't leave the house unless I have an act right on me.
Hey, Bay, I'm curious. What do you put in your collard greens?
Salt, and I'll use a little cayenne pepper.
Yep.
Red stuff, because I like spicy.
Yeah.
I don't do bland.
I actually use
sea salt, by the way.
Okay. Yeah. Ham hock, either ham hock or smoked turkey, and like you said, I use the red pepper and sea salt, like you said.
Yeah. I'll use turkey. I use smoked turkey.
I like cayenne, but I prefer the crushed red pepper with my greens.
That's fine. Pepper is pepper, but I don't use the black pepper. It's so manufactured now. But I like the red pepper.
I try to get the ones that come in like the shakers where you kind of grind it for the black pepper.
No, I get it at the Asian store where it comes in those plastic containers where you can use a scoop full.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll use a soup spoon. I'll do 2 soup spoons of that. But my point is that y'all have to understand that skin folk is not kinfolk.
Yeah.
You see that right now. Everything that Charles was talking about, you see it happening. You see a lot. Look, I love my folks, but again, a lot of skin folk is not kinfolk. There's actually a video going around right now where people are calling Snoop Dogg a coon because he performed for Donald Trump at the inauguration. But I was like, but what? Like, but was he not a coon when he was pushing violence and drug use
and pimping
rap music for decades? Was he not a coon then? Huh?
And exploiting women.
You're right.
All these broads, that's what they complain about. It is being victimized and exploited. But what Doggy Style? His debut
when
album?
was he a coon? Right. When did the coonery start? Did it start back when he first produced his first album, or because he performed at Trump's inauguration? When did the coonery start? Remember the game show he had? I'll never forget. I watched one episode of the game show with all these weed symbols and shit and everything, and it was the most slave plantation-y shit I've ever seen in my life.
So
when did he become a coon?
Let me get this straight. They're calling Snoop Dogg and Ellie a coon for performing for Trump, but we're supposed to pretend that Megan Thee Stallion wasn't doing a minstrel show for the Democrats.
Yes. Yes. Who's the real coon in this situation?
Oh, most of y'all that are saying Snoop's a coon voted for racist Dixiecrat that said if you don't vote for him, you ain't black. But who's the coon again?
Oh, I always carry hot sauce in my pocketbook. Speaking in my Southern Baptist drawl. I don't know a black person that votes.
You better thank a dumbass voter.
Huh?
You ain't shit, Charles.
You better thank a corny ass voter. You better get that fried chicken, y'all.
I'm not even gonna lie. I got a call today from Chuck's Firearms. Yesterday, calling me about my CC holster. I was like, oh, I already picked that up last week from y'all. A CC holster because oh my god, I don't think. You know what? I'm not even going to talk about it.
If you're in the DMV area, Black Line Security is having a sale. Normally it's $250 to $275, but we'll do the fat fee of $200 for your CCW training and certification. Woo!
Nice.
So if you're in the DMV and you need to look at Black Line Security, guess what? Somebody pull this up. Hold on.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting, Charles. I swear to God, black people, we need to understand that we live here in the United States. If the United States falls, so do we. Y'all do understand that, right?
We have nowhere else to go.
And I mean, come on. You can't even deal with the cable being out for an hour.
Some can't deal with their phone being out for an hour.
Oh, is this what you got, Charles, right here? Is this it?
Oh, shit, I got to pay that bill. Don't worry. I'll pay it in a second.
Yes, please. Pay the bill, bro. Pay the bill.
Oh, God. It's great timing. Great timing.
No, I'm just like this. Like, hey, give me 3 seconds. I'll pay it. Shit, it doesn't kick me into the ass. Oh, you got to think about it. We'll pull it back up in a second.
Go ahead. We're halfway through this press conference.
I have them right here, but what I might ask is, why not release the same information for those who were deported to El Salvador?
Well, first of all, the information was released by the Department of Homeland Security. The individuals on the flights to El Salvador are foreign terrorists, and those are counterterrorism operations. They are much different than the arrests and final order of removals that you see on a day-to-day basis that law enforcement agents are conducting around the country.
That information was not, to that detail, was not released by DHS, though.
I just told you the reason. It was a counterterrorism operation, a deportation of foreign terrorists, not illegal criminals who have been convicted of heinous crimes living in our American communities. It's two different things. Foreign terrorist, illegal immigrant criminal, two different things, two different definitions. You should look them up. Christian, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. Does the president support raising the corporate tax rate to pay for
Where is he? Where's this guy?
all of these other tax cuts he wants to see move through Congress?
Look, I've seen this idea proposed. I've heard this idea discussed, but I don't believe the president has made a determination on whether he supports it or not.
And then secondly, do you have any information on the status of Eden Alexander? Hamas says they lost contact with the unit guarding him following an Israeli airstrike earlier today.
I don't have updates. I have not seen that report, but I can certainly check in with our National Security Council. I have spoken to the president about Eden Alexander, and he's made it very clear to our national security team that finding him is a priority, but unfortunately I don't have any updates to share, but it's a very important matter, and certainly we can check in. Sure.
Hi. How concerned is the president that a federal judge could hold a Trump administration official in contempt of court for defying deportation orders?
Oops, sorry.
We are complying with all court orders. So I see what you're trying to do there with that question, but we're very confident that every action taken by this administration is within the confines of the law, and we continue to comply with the court's orders. And you have seen that, and the president made that clear yesterday in the Oval Office with President Bukele.
You're a black raggedy hand now.
Could you, just going back to El Salvador, could you just explain to us a little bit more about the legal basis on which you may be able to send?
And pause it for a minute. Pause it for a minute.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, try going to the site again now.
Okay. Where's the link? Wait, hold on. I got it. Sorry. All right.
There we go.
Request a consultation. All right. Paid the bill. Charles, you and I have discussed this. You have to get rid of this. You have to be more professional. I'm not dissing you, but you have to be way more professional. This is a way more look.
I know, because some of it is actual footage of us doing that.
I
because it's because that's actually one of the guys we protected, one of the celebrities. So
who is
this? That's King T'Chaka for Black Panther at BlurCon.
Right here?
Yeah, the black.
Okay. And who is this?
Those are the guys when we were at a formal engagement. So that shows that we can blend at anytime, anywhere. So if you need us for a more tactical solution or a formal solution, we can meet your needs.
You want to make a video of me trying to attack somebody that you're supposedly protecting? You can put it up on the site where I get suplexed and stomped out.
Oh yeah, shout out to ABM for supporting. And yes, it's funny because I'm actually certified to teach pistol, shotgun, rifle, protecting in the home, out the home. And if I had my own open range, I would tell everybody, you need to learn how to go to get a duty belt and a duty rig. Why? Because you never know what happens.
AL says send a link.
Tell him to check his email.
It's in there.
Check your email, AL.
It's in there. Oh yeah, AL. Yeah, it's in there. AL. No, but
I did that.
Our logo is very sexy.
Mm-hmm.
It is very sexy.
Oh yeah, you know, I created that actually. I actually created that.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I actually created that logo. It took me a minute, but it's funny because I always tell people get a duty belt. Safe Light Defense to me makes the best duty belts or tactical belts. Safariland makes the best holsters, level 2 and level 3. The reason why I say you should have one, let's say you have a scenario where the power grid is out. You want to be tactically proficient and have your gear tight to your body. Let's say it's the middle of winter. You should have a blanket. You should have things to keep you warm. You should have a thermo blanket, like one of those, basically looks like tinfoil, but it's a blanket. It magnifies the heat in the car. You should have, in the summertime, bottled water.
And let me show something right quick. Tell me if I'm wrong. And maybe I'm wrong. Let me see here.
But
let me show this. This is a holster.
No, that's a waistband holster.
Yeah.
So that's perfect for like concealment. Even I usually personally, because of training, I use inside the waistband holster for the majority of the time. Winter time, I tend to wear oversized sweatshirts and hoodies. So I'll have like a outside my my waistband holster. But you should get a duty belt as well. You know, if you do go to Safe Light Defense, tell them Charles Faulkner sent you, so those motherfuckers will give me a sponsorship.
This is for the gun. This is for the gun. And these are for the clips. Right here. These are for the clips. And this goes in the back. And this is actually for my right-handedness. And what I'll do, I'll wear this up under my hoodie. I'll wear this up under my hoodie. Oops, the wrong way. I'm going. Oops, sorry. This is for the left-handed. For left-handed. And I've got another one for the right-handed.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, when people talk about this, I tell them, I said, look, a lot of us are going to have to be very serious when it comes to this firearm stuff, because we let a lot of bad people who should not be in this country. You don't know what they're going to do, what they're planning to do. I'd rather have a chance to fight than be a victim with no chance at all. Make sense?
Yeah. Judged by 12, carried by 6 ideology.
And I hate to say it, Black America has too much of a victim mentality for me.
Agreed.
And yes, that's for concealed or open carry. You can wear it either way. You can either wear it under your shirt or under your hoodie, or you can wear it on top.
And for those of you, I prefer conceal. There's no reason in fucking hell when you got the element of surprise, you give it up.
Oh, and by the way, if you have a conceal, never put it in your bag. Never put it in your bag. You're so stupid. Never put it in your bag. Put it to your belly. Because when you put it to your back, people can see the outline of it. There are so many videos of people who call themselves trying to wear their gun in their back because of, you know, TV shows and movies, and they get jacked for their weapon. It's supposed to be where you can immediately draw it. Pulling it from the back, by the time you pull it from the back, somebody's already popped you. I look like I'm moving. No. Ow. AL. The link. Dude sent you the link. AB, didn't you send AL the link to
emailed it to you.
Send it to him again.
All right.
All right, so let's get on back with old girl.
Prison there. I know you said that President Trump is looking at it, but can you explain to us a little bit more about how that might be possible?
We're looking at it, and when I have more for you to share, I certainly will. Sure.
Still going off the El Salvador questions. Yesterday in the Oval Office, Administration officials made it very clear
Oh, yeah.
that El Salvador is responsible for Mr. Abrego Garcia. Yet El Salvador's president said we're not going to do anything with him. So my question is, who is responsible for this man and where he's going to?
El Salvador.
Well, no. First of all, President Bukele said that he is not going to smuggle a foreign terrorist back into the United States of America, as many in this room in the Democrat Party seemingly want him to do. Abrego Garcia was a foreign terrorist. He is an MS-13 gang member. He was engaged in human trafficking. He illegally came into our country. And so deporting him back to El Salvador was always going to be the end result. There is never going to be a world in which this is an individual who's going to live a peaceful life in Maryland, because he is a foreign terrorist and an MS-13 gang member. Not only have we confirmed that, President Bukele yesterday in the Oval Office confirmed that as well. So he went back to his home country, where he will face consequences for his gang affiliation and his engagement in human trafficking. I'm not sure what is so difficult about this for everyone in the media to understand, and it's appalling, truly appalling, that there has been so much time covering this alleged human trafficker and this gang member, MS-13 gang member. It's truly striking to me. Karen.
Can I say something real? Let me say this real quick. The Democratic media's coverage of this guy has put this guy's life in danger, because they promote him so much that the people that are sitting there in an El Salvadorian prison who have contact with the outside world, they now know who this guy is. They know who this guy is because CNN and MSNBC is concentrating on him so much. They've literally put if that dude had any type of bounty on his head, they've made sure that it's able to be collected. What's up, AL? You in here now? You probably checked your email.
Yeah. What's good? No, that first thing he sent, it was, I mean, nothing against you, AB. Whatever you sent, it was showing up how to set up a StreamYard crap. I'm like, I'm not used to that, and I wasn't even gonna go through all of that rigmarole. And I had to go and relook and see. And normally it's got codes and stuff under the StreamYard when you're trying to come up to let you know, like Art's channel do. He just put it, just had in blue StreamYard Studio. So when I clicked that, it brought me to it. So therefore, it's condensed down. It was, you did make it easier, AB. I appreciate it. But when I first went looking for it, it was showing how to get in there and set yourself up for some stream. I'm like, I'm not gonna do all that.
So AB owe you $2.
No, he don't. He don't owe me nothing. That's my dog. He good. We good. Everybody good. What's happening, y'all? What y'all talking about? What's the skinny? What's the skinny today?
You good? We going through Carolyn Living's press conference with the old sniper shotter. You know, she got the high ground.
Oh, she giving him hell as usual. You know that's Abel's best friend. He love her. He love her to death.
I don't blame him. Let's go.
The president was posting on Truth Social today about helping American farmers. And last week in his cabinet meeting, he was talking about a plan to work with farmers to retain workers who are in the U.S. illegally, provided that they leave and come back through what he said would be a legal process. Can you give details on what that would look like? How many workers he's talking about? How long a plan like that would take to implement, and the timeline for more details on getting this actually to implementation?
I can check in with our immigration and our policy team and get you some more details on that.
That's good, strong for
just something he wants to roll out soon. I mean, he was talking back and forth with Secretary Rollins. Right. This is kind of imminent that he wants to do this.
Yeah, look, the president is in constant communication with all of his cabinet secretaries, particularly Secretary Rollins, who has the backs of American farmers and ranchers. It's something that he spoke about with her in the front of all the cameras in the cabinet room, but I'll check in with not only our
they're trying to
team,
work
but
with
also
the illegal immigrants that work in agriculture on that.
Hi, Carol.
Hi, it's good to see you in here.
You too. The president has long said that it would be an abuse of power for a president to direct prosecutors to investigate him. Last week, President Trump explicitly directed the Justice Department to scrutinize Chris Krebs to see if it can find any evidence of criminal wrongdoing. How is that not an abuse of power to direct the Justice Department to look into an individual, a named individual?
Look, the president signed that executive order. It's the position of the president in this White House that it's well within his authority to do it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have signed it. And he signed it, and that's his policy. Jeff, how you doing?
Thanks, Kelly. A follow-up on Harvard. The president floated on Truth Social, I believe, the possibility of removing tax-exempt status. How serious is that threat, and other universities he's considering? And a follow-up question on foreign policy. Can you give us an update on what the president hopes to come from the next round of talks with Iran?
Sure. First, when it comes to Harvard, as I said, the president has been quite clear. They must follow federal law. He also wants to see Harvard apologize, and Harvard should apologize for the egregious anti-Semitism that took place on their college campus against Jewish American students. There were professors who said that he had engaged in discriminatory behavior against Jewish students. Of course, you had the former president of the university saying bullying and harassment depends on the context. You also had an encampment on Harvard Yard that we all saw play out before the cameras. The university failed to impose formal discipline on any students for this anti-Semitic conduct violations, including the occupation of a campus building and a disruption of classes with bullhorns. The president believes Harvard should apologize to its Jewish American students for allowing such egregious behavior. As for the tax-exempt status, I would defer you to the IRS for any updates. I do want to answer your question on Iran. Of course, the maximum pressure campaign on Iran continues, but as you know, the president has made it clear he wants to see dialogue and discussion with Iran while making his directive about Iran never being able to obtain a nuclear weapon quite clear. And the president spoke to the Sultan of Oman today, who helped facilitate these talks. I have a readout for all of you. He held a call with the Sultan of Oman today, and he thanked him for hosting the first direct meeting between the United States and Iran and emphasized the need for Iran to end its nuclear program through negotiations. The two leaders also discussed the United States' ongoing operations against the Houthis and emphasized that the Houthis will pay a severe price until they end their attacks on maritime traffic in the Red Sea. As you know, an additional negotiation between Steve Witkoff and Iran's representative has been scheduled for Saturday. And since these are ongoing negotiations, I have nothing more to add on that.
Okay. Quick word in the chat. Those of us who are on the panel. Should Iran get the nuclear bomb? Yay or nay?
Nay. No, we don't need no more extra countries getting any form of nuclear bombs whatsoever, period. We already got enough to, we got the big two with the third little China trying to point at each other. And then don't forget about the Middle Eastern countries trying to stir up stuff. No, sir.
Five.
Yay or nay?
It's a nay.
Nay.
In the chat, give me a 1 if Iran should get the bomb, a 2 if Iran shouldn't get the bomb. Simple as that, because I say hell no. They are crazy enough to push the button. Understand that before their extremists took over, Iran looked like America. Women were free, wearing skirts and blouses and going to school and everything and whatnot. And then the extremists took over, and now
make a deal with them. There's no difference between China and any other country except they are much larger, and China wants
reducing tariffs. I think I missed it.
First, is the president.
Let's back it up.
For all of you, he held a call with the Sultan of Oman today, and he thanked him for hosting the first direct meeting between the United States and Iran and emphasized the need for Iran to end its nuclear program through negotiations. The two leaders also discussed the United States' ongoing operations against the Houthis and emphasized that the Houthis will pay a severe price until they end their attacks on maritime traffic in the Red Sea. As you know, an additional negotiation between Steve Witkoff and Iran's representative has been scheduled for Saturday. And since these are ongoing negotiations, I have nothing more to add on that. Sure.
Oh, thank you, Caroline. When you said that the president said that Iran will never have nuclear weapons, is the focus on dismantling the entire nuclear program, or it just restricting enriched uranium or the missile program?
The president does not want to see Iran have a nuclear program. He does not want Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. He's been very clear about this. Shelby, you have a seat today.
I know, stole it.
Glad to see it.
Two quick ones on TikTok. First, is the president expecting to extend the TikTok ban that's now June 19th if China doesn't come to the table in time?
Well, June 19th is a long ways away, obviously. I think it's 2 months away. 2 months is a long time in the Trump administration, as you have all seen. We work at Trump speed around here. We get a lot done, so definitely don't want to get ahead. The vice president continues to lead these negotiations and talks. The president's involved, and they're ongoing.
And then the president previously said he'd consider reducing tariffs on China if in order to get a TikTok deal done. Is that option still on the table?
Look, the president has made his position on China quite clear, although I do have an additional statement that he just shared with me in the Oval Office. The ball is in China's court. China needs to make a deal with us. We don't have to make a deal with them. There's no difference between China and any other country except they are much larger. And China wants what we have, what every country wants, what we have, the American consumer. Or to put it another way, they need our money. So the president, again, has made it quite clear that he's open to a deal with China, but China needs to make a deal with the United States of America. Sure.
On tariffs, yesterday in the Oval Office.
Which outlet are you with?
The Canadian Public Broadcast.
Oh, nice to see you.
Thank you. Yesterday in the Oval Office, President Trump suggested that there could be some help for automakers. I'm wondering what that looks like. Is it tariff relief on the 25% tariffs that are in place right now, or the new tariffs that are coming up in May on auto parts? And a second on Canada, if I may. President Trump's tone when it comes to Canada-U.S. relations, Canadians have noticed it's shifted a bit in the past few weeks. Ever since the election campaign started, he stopped talking about Canada becoming the 51st state, at least publicly. I'm wondering if that's on purpose and why.
I would reject the president's position on Canada has shifted. Perhaps he just hasn't been asked about Canada by questions from this group in the Oval Office, but they see him almost every day. But the president still maintains his position on Canada. The United States has been subsidizing Canada's national defense, and he believes that Canadians would benefit greatly from becoming the 51st state of the United States of America. As for autos and auto parts, I don't have anything to read out for you there, but I think the point the president was making is flexibility, and he has flexibility when it comes to negotiations and talks, but ultimately his goal in his fair trade deals that he is pursuing with many countries around the world is to put the American worker first. And we had automakers and auto workers here at the White House on Liberation Day who believe in this president and his negotiating ability to put them first and to bring those jobs back to the United States of America. And the president's been very clear about that in his conversations with the automakers as well.
Does anybody have any questions about Trump and the auto workers situation?
Now, I need a little recap.
All right. So, as we all know, because of NAFTA, all right, a lot of the automakers, a lot of auto industries moved from America to Mexico and Canada for cheaper labor. And the tariffs were so cheap that, of course, they could exploit the hell out of cheap labor in order to make cars. So now in comes Trump, and he slaps the tariffs on Mexico and Canada, but he put a pause on it for the automakers to move their factories back to the United States, which is what happened. A lot of them moved their factories here to the United States. If Snowman was here, he would tell you. Say Trump is going to do an AutoZone commercial. You crazy. So that's what happened. So now you've got a lot of what it created about at least 10,000 jobs, at least for one corporation. They didn't talk about the other corporations, but Ford recently came out and said, "Hey, look, we're selling these cars at employee prices." And if you know anything about Ford employees, they get their cars at like thousands of dollars. I think $5,000 to $7,000 discounts. They get huge discounts on buying cars from Ford. Not all of the cars that Ford produce will get these discounts, but the majority of the regular cars will. So if you want to get a new car from Ford, you can get it at an employee price. Understand?
Yeah.
And what's the
okay? Right. So that's
are
what
those
you're looking for.
F-150s? Are those F-150s going to be at employee price?
No. Some of the that's why they were saying some of these, you know, like the high end automobiles, you're not going to get those at the employee prices, but you will get them at a regular discount because they're going to be made here in America. So you might maybe get a $2,000 to $5,000 discount because they're made here in America, but the employee discount is much larger. Right. Yes. Yeah. See, Jibber Jabber, he said Chevy Silverado costs $15,000 to make in Mexico, sells in USA for $70,000 plus. So now that it's here in the United States, it's not going to cost that much as far as to buy.
Well, here's the thing, though. The auto worker unions, like, because a lot of that cost goes by how much the auto workers get paid an hour, and also to their pensions.
Right. So that's all depends on their pricing. Now, Nub asked, he said, my only question is, who will be getting those auto manufacturing jobs if they move back to the United States? It will be American workers because they're not hiring. Trump is not going to allow them to hire undocumented workers. So you'll be getting hired as an American at an American wage. Say Black American men have to make sure Michigan Democrats don't give them to immigrants. They're not. Because, you know, part of the deal is they have to follow guidelines. This is what I was talking about for those of y'all who, because a lot of you guys are watching and not part of my audience. And I was talking about this when it came to the tariffs, because a lot of Black people, Black men especially, don't understand what's going on with the tariffs. When Trump implemented the tariffs back on April 2nd, 3rd, whatever, and then he put a pause on it, he let these countries know this is what you're looking at with these tariffs. It will either destroy or severely impact your businesses. So you have 3 months. 3 months to make a decision. You got to whole math this. Either you can have your country negotiate the tariffs as far as what works out best for your country, but do understand that us as the United States, we're going to work out what's best for us. You just have to accept it. We're not going to go by what you want. You have to go by what we want.
Hey, Bay.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm going to have to take a step out for a moment. I'm going to have to back out. Got to do something right quick.
Go ahead. It's almost 10 o'clock. So, as Trump announced when he was elected, hey, look, I'm offering these gold cards to citizens and corporations where you can buy the gold card, the Trump gold card, for $5 million. So far, over 1,000 of them have been sold. The thing is that he's selling these gold cards to corporations to the United States at $5 million. These corporations, when they come into the United States, they're not renting out old factories and office spaces. They have to build these factories, distribution centers, and office spaces from scratch, which means that they're hiring American construction companies, putting Americans to work at American prices. Once those, go ahead.
Oh, Trump bad.
Trump bad. So it's going to take about anywhere from 2 to 3 months to get these factories built and up and running, employees, etc. This is why he gave these countries a 3-month pardon on the tariffs. Okay, so now that these countries have done their whole math, they're building factories and distribution centers here in the United States. They're hiring American workers, American male workers, the blue collar class. Understand that the middle class is not made up of computer programmers. It's made up of blue collar workers. That's where the real money is. The truck drivers, the forklift drivers, the pickers, etc. That's your middle class. Okay? That's your middle class. Your blue collar workers makes up the majority of your middle class. So now that blue collar workers are coming back in style, you've got the middle class. With him exercising the ERS, which is based on the tariffs, the External Revenue Service, the money that the country will make will come from other countries. It's a lot different. The world has developed a lot since 1920. A whole lot. A lot of countries, a lot of developed countries are developed. They send their wares here. This is the biggest economic class in the world. We are the biggest consumer country in the world. Everybody wants in on this market. This is why once he creates the ERS taxes for people who make under $150,000, we no longer will have to pay taxes anymore. Do you understand? No more 40% per paycheck is coming out of your check. It'll be erased, putting more money in your pocket. So whatever little bump that these tariffs might give you to buying your jeans or a kumquat or whatever the hell you buy, you can afford it because there's more money in your pocket. You won't have to be paying taxes anymore. No more taxes. Maybe some state tax, which is what 2% will be coming out of your check. But as far as that 40% that you're paying right now for federal taxes, gone. A lot of products will be American made, which means that what you may have paid, let's say you paying $15 for a specific item because it's now made in the United States and there's no tariff tax to pay, you're now paying half the cost, if not less. That $15 item is now on the market for $6-7. Are you getting that? You can afford it. You can afford it, huh?
You might even bundle package promotion. And by the way, might be the first. Oh, find out.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, you're broken.
This might be the first time in a while the cost of the pay rate of living might outpay the cost of living. At least I hope so.
So shepherds say that doesn't mean black-owned construction companies will benefit. If you good at what you do, you'll benefit. No more of this ass kissing you because you black.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
It's all about skill now.
Hold on.
There's no such thing as you a special class. Trump killed that. It's all about merit. Say it.
Back up there. Put the thing back. What was the fucking point of getting rid of DEI? Everybody's on equal ground. Remember what I said? I'm going to say this again. Everybody remember the key to the kingdom, right? If you're good, your race don't matter, right?
Right.
Matter. We got to get the best and the brightest. I'll tell you, go to these coding classes. Apple doing free coding this summer. They're holding free classes. Get your kids in. Fuck you do. America right now cannot afford a white zone. Tell you, believe it or not, they can't afford for that shit. Racism is too damn expensive to carry on. Does that make sense, fellas?
Yeah. Have I not been saying that since I opened this channel about the whole racism thing? Like, stop talking about that shit and using it as a crutch. Your race card is denied. Nigga, can you do the fucking job? That's all they care about. I've been saying this ever since Trump ever since the whole Trump thing, the whole tariff thing happened. If I am a politician, especially if I'm running for office, my whole thing is I'm talking to the Republicans. What companies are coming into America? Who's buying into the gold card? Where do they need a factory at, or factories? Because some moron said it ain't that many millionaires in the world. I'm like, motherfucker, corporations are not people. And just to show you how ignorant you are, you really think that that every country in the world outside the United States is a third world country? How fucking stupid are you? I'm not talking to anybody in the audience. I'm speaking in general to somebody. But at any rate, there are billion-dollar corporations all over the fucking globe, and the reason why they are billion-dollar corporations is because they import and export their goods into the United States. They bring their products into the United States. The tariffs have been so imbalanced against the United States that these corporations have been ripping us off. Trump has said no more ripping us off. It's done. You got 3 months to make a decision, to do your whole math. Either you build a factory here or you just pay the tax. And this is the United States. Just like China, we'll steal your IP too. Based on international law, we'll steal your shit too. You can put out some cute little cup here in the United States. We'll get somebody who will take your cute little cup, change the color of it, put a goddamn little handle on it. Where you selling it for $15 because of the tariff, we'll turn around and sell it for $6 with a handle on it and a cute little bobbly face on it. Steal your IP and make $1 million off of your shit. So what's the best thing for you to do if you're a foreign corporation? To stay your ass at home and pay the tariffs and overcharge people for products, or put your factory here in the United States and sell it at a cheaper rate where it'll sell more because of the new economic principles here in the United States? Or try to call yourself ripping off the American people and have somebody else steal your IP and improve on it and sell it at a cheaper price? What works better for you? What works better?
It's about time we get a little bit more ruthless when it comes to global economics.
We just found out there's a whole thing where we already knew this, but now it's becoming newly widespread that all these expensive products that you've been buying, Jordans and women's handbags and all this stuff, cost $12 to make, but they send it here to the United States and charge your ass $3,000. They rip you off. They steal from you. They steal your IP, turn around, reproduct it, rebrand it, and sell it back to you. It's really bootleg items that you're paying. You're paying you're paying thousands of dollars, if not hundreds of dollars, to buy. We already knew back when Jordans was out there, it cost $8 to $15 to make a pair of fucking Nike Jordans. But those stupid ass turn around and pay $250 for them. They ripping you the fuck off. But you don't care because a bunch of narcissistic rich people make you think that overpaying for a product somehow gives you a high status symbol. It's a status symbol to wear Jordans. It shows that you have money. No, I've never owned a pair of Jordans. You know what Jordans say to me? It says to me that you a stupid motherfucker who overpays for a goddamn pair of tennis shoes. You ain't gonna go out here and play as well as Jordan. You ain't gonna be in the fucking NBA doing dunks and open tongue, no look, backward pass, fucking baskets like Jordan. So why the fuck is you paying $250 goddamn dollars for some fucking tennis shoes that some dumb nigga in the hood gonna pull a fucking pistol grip on you for, to jack you for? Because he's just as stupid as you. He think that these overpriced fucking tennis shoes give him status so he can get some no account, low rent prostitute pussy from a bitch that you ain't got no business fucking with. You pay over $1,200 for a fucking iPhone that costs $20 to make. You're a fucking moron.
I don't think
what? Because it takes a sharper picture than an Android? Who gives a fuck?
You got 8K video footage now, so whatever.
God damn!
You can't tell the difference. You can't tell the difference between 1080. Oh, let me shut up.
From 1080 to 720.
Yeah, you can't tell the difference unless you have a screen bigger than like 50 inches. So
HD TV.
Have one that's bigger than. But you're gonna enjoy the movie the same time. Oh, you might get for that much.
You fuck yourselves over. This is why whatever China is trawling themselves trying to, well, we're going to do this and do. We don't need shit that you make. We can make it here in the United States or get it from another country at 10% of the tariff price. 10% tariffs.
I want to point this out to people, right? When you look at countries like
Charles, you dropped out.
what about now?
Okay.
You here?
What up? You look at countries like China. China doesn't tell you their failures. And boy, they got some failures. They're great. But they got their fair share of failures too. If China was so great, why isn't their Blue Water Navy conquering like ours?
Say it again.
If China is so great, why isn't there Blue Water Navy?
Damn it! You keep breaking up at the good part.
What about now? If they're so great, why isn't their Blue Water Navy conquering the seas like ours is? I want you to think about that. Who still holds supremacy in the high seas?
The U.S. Remember when they tore down, they killed that bridge in Baltimore?
Yeah.
Why did they kill that bridge in Baltimore? Why did they cut off the access?
There was some Chinese connection to those boats.
Exactly. That Russian-Chinese connection, because they already, remember they hit that bridge that support me. It cut off the U.S. Navy supply ship that would have went out to the Red Sea to help back up Israel. And who was immediately in the Red Sea right soon as that happened? Russia.
Russia was right there.
Russia was right there. We was up 3 o'clock in the morning covering that shit.
Yep.
Because they knew the U.S. warships were there. Then whatever that was going on. Remember Iran when they attacked Israel with the Golden Dome?
Yeah.
Yeah. If the U.S. Navy was there, that whole attack wouldn't have happened.
Matter of fact, if the U.S. there, we would have atomized Iran. Okay? Did y'all hear that?
Say it again.
Yeah, say it again.
If the U.S. Navy was there, we would have atomized Iran.
Yeah, it wouldn't have happened. None of that shit would have went down.
Nope. And I'm going to tell you, you need to blame Biden because he pulled those people out. There's a lot of shit we're gonna find out. Why wasn't our Navy strategically in that area?
Because they were cut off because of Biden. They killed that bridge, they cut off the supply ships, and Biden did not send any backup warships to the Red Sea to stop it or to give Israel any protection.
And why didn't we get any federal help? Because that Key Highway Bridge.
Oh, sorry.
The Key Highway Bridge is very central to Baltimore's trade. It's a port city.
Yes.
Baltimore. Y'all don't understand why Baltimore is such a strategic place. You know that Baltimore has been an area for trade and commerce for over 250 years. Because if you get to Baltimore is like the midpoint to everywhere else on 95, right? Right?
Say it again.
If you can hit Baltimore is literally the midpoint to damn near everything on 95, right?
Yes.
AL's a truck driver. If he was in Baltimore, he could get anywhere, 8 hours? North and south of here. Or less. He's an owner operator. Ask him. It's a strategic place to be. You have trucking, you have boating, and then what's another important thing Baltimore area has? A motherfucking airport. We got several. Actually, we have several, especially around the White Marsh area.
They have no idea that The Wire was a political show.
Exactly.
That The Wire, it was a political show. When they started showing the docks, when they started talking about the docks in Baltimore, they were trying to tell you the politics that was going on. It's just like what was that? The Sopranos. They were trying to tell you about the politics going on between New York and New Jersey.
Why the fuck do you think it was so hard to get drugs out of Baltimore?
Coming in through the docks.
Who
controls the docks in Baltimore?
Fucking mob.
Who?
And the mob and the Teamsters.
Yeah. Which mob? Which Teamsters?
Pick one.
Russians and Italians.
Believe it or not, people don't know we have a good contingency of Russian mafia, especially around Fells Point, which is off the water, by the way. That's behind me. And by the way, right? One of the reasons why it's so hard to get drugs out of here, you have access to 95 trucking or vehicles, ports, airports, airstrip. I mean, up and down the East Coast. You're in Philly within 2 hours. You're in New York in 4. You're in DC within what? Depending on traffic, anywhere from 35 to an hour. You're in Richmond in what? 2 to 3 hours. Doesn't that sound pretty strategic, buddy? Am I making sense?
Very.
And literally, guess what's also strategic? A few miles up the street, 20, 30 minutes from here, 5 minutes from here, you got to fucking Annapolis.
Let me say this real quick. We sit up here and we talk all this black power bullshit, but where's the black power? What are you running? What are you controlling? Where's your shipping, your docking, your trucking, your politics, etc.? What are you in control of? What are we in control of? Since you want to talk about black power, where is our power?
Look what Termacat said. 9 hours to Florida, 9 hours to Mass. Jibber jabber, 3 hours to Pittsburgh. I keep telling you, Baltimore is such a strategic point. Why the fuck do you think
the British came to the British came to the fucking harbor when we had war with the motherfuckers. Motherfuckers don't understand. What's the old saying they used to have? If Baltimore falls, so does the rest of this motherfucker. How do you think? We got not only the fucking harbor unit, we also have the Coast Guard down there. Like, you gotta understand the points of a lot of your cities. For example, why was it important for us to get Alaska? Why was it important for us to get Florida, Texas? I mean, the fucking Louisiana Purchase. I mean, the Louisiana Purchase itself like double or triple the fucking size of the United States overnight. Mm-hmm.
Let me say this. This is why being, you call yourself, you think being a black politician like a Tiffany Henry is power. But I'm sorry, if you're not in control of the police unions, the fire unions, the underground networks, the criminal empire, or anything like that, then where's your power? Besides just running your goddamn mouth on TV, sounding like a goddamn clown ass coon. Where's your power?
Don't talk about Jasmine Crockett like that, babe. It's not very nice.
I mean, I'm talking about Brandon Scott, Brandon Johnson. Where's your power?
I mean, West Moore.
Detroit, no, he's not joining BRICS. If anything, he's getting ready to offset BRICS with what he's about to do with the Bitcoin situation. He's getting ready to destroy them. He's already destroying China and getting ready to have them removed from the World Trade Organization with these tariffs, because that's the next step, is to cripple them economically. All right. They're already securing the border, both northern and southern, because that's China's next move, is to try to do some type of military exercise in the United States. But if you take them out, Russia is because understand, Russia is backed by China financially and somewhat militarily. But if
China's backed by Russia militarily.
Right, they're both right. They work hand in hand because they're bordering countries. But BRICS can easily be destroyed by America being its own superpower unto itself, where they don't need other countries in order to be financially successful, or by quote unquote strong arming other countries into these tariffs. All right. This is why Trump made it essential for U.S. steel to be America's steel manufacturers, especially when it comes to their warships and infrastructure, and also why the Gulf of Mexico was changed to the Gulf of America, so that way we can drill off of our own coast, off our own shores, and also produce our own lumber, which Trump has authorized for that to happen here in the United States. So therefore, home prices will come down. Home prices will come down when when lumber is made and manufactured here in the United States. Home prices will drop dramatically because of that. So energy, steel, and labor manufactured here in the United States will bring down the cost of everything that people hold important. This is what people don't seem to understand. This is why I say you got to stop watching CNN, MSNBC, ABC, these alphabet medias and The View, because they're feeding you a bunch of lies. They're very anti-American organizations. Watch the press conferences. Watch what these people are saying that are coming out of their mouths, and make your own self-determination.
Hey, babe, I'm about to drop off. I'll catch you later.
Oh, yeah, it's going to 10 o'clock. Time for old dude to do a show.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm out too, babe. I owe it to our new star. We do him every Tuesday.
That's why we started at 7.
I appreciate that. Hey, you did a good job as usual. You know we love you. Keep up the fight. Peace
All
out.
right, I catch y'all. So,
You know what's funny about this thing?
what?
Black people don't man's mouth. There are times you literally predict, and people are just wow. You know what I'm saying?
I hate that you're cutting in and out. But I will say this. Ever since 1970, we as Black people have been psychologically programmed to think that the party of the KKK and enslavement and every policy that's anti-Black, we have been trained to believe that they are our friends when they're not. They're not. They are our enemies. They smile in your face while stabbing you in the back. The Democratic Party, yeah, I can hear you. The Democratic Party has never done anything beneficial to Black people. Even welfare was the biggest detriment to Black people in the history. I mean, it was worse than slavery because it took us from physical slavery to economic slavery. And now we're in economic and psychological slavery through the Democratic Party.
Which is even fucking worse.
Party. Huh?
Which is even fucking worse.
Yes.
And I like to point this out real quick. And I got to give you your flowers. And I got to give myself some flowers. There's so much we predicted in the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years. And we gave you warnings. From Black people, you need to get your passports and your shit ready. Black people, you need to get armed. You need to get trained. Here it is. Motherfuckers, literally. You have people of resources. You have PhDs. You have guys with all kinds of Black literature at their disposal. You have people of economics background. You even have a fucking firearms instructor here. But how many motherfuckers, only with the exception of Bay, Angry Black Man, and only a couple of others, how many people said, and I know people live in different states, don't get me wrong, but the more training you get will save your life. And some of these gun permits will actually go to different states, recognized by different states. Not all, but some will. Like my Maryland is recognized in Virginia. Maryland only recognizes its own, I know. But think about it. If I go to Virginia, I still carry. There's times when Lewis warned us about the food. There's some food that you need as a human being or as a person to prolong your life. Think about it. What if there's certain food your family members can't eat because they're diabetic? Or you may not be able to afford, or it's going to be a restriction on them. How long did we have a restriction on ground beef? Like a lot of motherfuckers out there just don't appreciate this shit, because I think if we want some Brandon Tatum shit, which is odd because this shit just popped up. If we want some Brandon Tatum shit, motherfuckers would get paid. And it's not that we're doing it for the money, because God knows when you talk about shit like this, we all know you're not going to make too much money.
Let me say this. I've been at this for 38 years. I've been at this whole Black power, Black consciousness stuff for 38 years. And I'm at a point where it's like, I don't seem to understand why it's so hard to understand. And I know my tone comes off like I'm very like matter-of-factly or like I'm better than y'all, but that's not the point. My point is that it's 2025 now. This is not, this is common knowledge. At what point do you realize that you've been lied to your whole life? Because trust me, I used to be anti-Trump back when he first ran for president, and I believed all the BS until I actually started watching what this man was saying in the press conferences and not from Democratic media. That's why here on this channel, I play the press conferences. I play the press conferences. I want to hear from the horse's mouth. I don't care what Rachel Maddow or somebody else has to say. I want to hear it for myself. I want to be able to have the intellect to decipher what they're saying. Oh, you're talking about this and that and the other? Well, here we're sitting here with supercomputers in the palm of our hands. Google it. Look it up. You find out that people are lying to you. How does that not piss you off when you find out that people are lying to you? And as Black people, the biggest lie that we're told is that the Republican Party are the racists when they're not. They're all about free market enterprise, fair shot. It wasn't the Republican Party that burned down Tulsa. It wasn't the Republican Party that burned down Rosewood. It was not the Republican Party that stripped Black neighborhoods out of Central Park. It was not Republican parties that caused you all this damage. It was the Democrats. Just look it up. Dixiecrats to Democrats. Bull Connor. I mean, the simple fact that you think that Kamala Harris would have made a better president sitting today instead of Donald Trump. We're still sitting at a $36 trillion deficit. I'm sorry. What did you think that goofy, unintelligent, stupid ass bitch was going to do to save us from having to stand in bread and soup lines this time next year from a Great Depression? From this country being belly up and then eventually being owned by our adversaries known as China and Russia. What did you think she was going to do? What was her plan to killing the deficit? And this, I'm going to say this right now. For those of you who want to test it, when you see these people on your social media circles and they say some anti-Trump shit, oh, he's stupid or blah, 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 like, oh yeah, explain it. Matter of fact, when they bring up, oh, the felonies, well, just ask them, well, name the felonies. These people don't have an answer.
Matter of fact, ask them this most important question. What is Trump doing that's illogical?
That's the whole thing. Look,
what is he doing that's not actually, if anything, he's actually standing up for the fucking country. You allowed how many presidents to bitches? This last presidency? Are they still fighting Ukraine right now?
Let me ask you a question. You're now a business owner.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at your future projections, have you ever looked at your future projections beforehand? Or is this a whole new thing for you?
I looked at it beforehand.
So you have the intelligence to look into the future,
if
right?
you're selling weed. I don't give a damn if you're selling weed or cocaine. At some point, you have to figure out what am I losing from the manufacturing? What am I losing when I sell it? Let me break this down because I've been going through business.
You're looking at how to grow your business, correct?
Exactly. You gotta fucking promote it. What makes you different from everybody else? You gotta see what you're losing from production, what you're gaining from sales. How much you need to make to break even, and how much you need to make to actually gain a profit. Am I making sense?
Yes. Like Jim said, cost analysis, everything. It is all a risk, but you have to take a calculated risk. The whole tariff situation, I'm sorry, either as a country, you're either going to pay it or you're going to be frozen out of the biggest financial market in the world.
It's like this, right? You got to look at sales. You got to look at variable cost, contribution margin, fixed cost, and a break even. And that's, they actually make equations for this shit, dude. At some point, if Bay wants a product from me, let's say Bay has my security company, and he's got many different properties in Atlanta.
I need 5 guys.
At some point, I gotta say, am I in business to break even, or am I in business to make a profit?
Charles,
because
I need
now
5 guys for 6 months.
He needs 5 guys for 6 months. That means I already know this money is probably going to be enough money to get my overhead over. So that means I need to focus on another contract as well to gain profit. Bay's the fucking guarantee. Now I need to go out there and get the fucking profit. What does the tariffs do when you put tariffs against China? China's not a big consumer base, is it? It's a lot of people. It's 1 billion people, get me wrong, but it's not the consumer base that America is.
And they need us way more than we need them.
This is the advantage of America that people have not figured out. Let's go black pill for a moment. How many different landscapes do we have in America? Do we have a frozen tundra? Yes. Do we have flatlands? Yes. Do we have mountainous areas? We actually have 2. We have the Rockies and the Appalachia. 2 major ones anyway. We have the Midwest, which is basically what? Farmland. Kansas, all that shit. Flat farmland.
That's 3.
Do we have tropical?
That's 4.
Do we have a humidity? Do we have a fishing network?
That's 5 and 6.
So
every type of weather pattern in the world, we have it right here in the United States.
Is that a distinct advantage economically?
Yes.
By the way, a lot of you motherfuckers would not get this on any other channel. So please, if you're not going to donate to the Cash Apps, at least donate to the goddamn likes. Think about that. We even have fucking Everglades. We border.
We even have deserts.
We have deserts. We literally could take deserts and put glass up there. And we could make and we can literally take a lot of that fucking solar power in the desert and power up fucking homes.
You can create a whole community in the desert. All you got to do is just put in the water piping.
Exactly. It's called Vegas. California has so many different, because it's such a big ass state. How many fucking economies does it have? Texas, California has a bigger economy than most countries.
The United States is prime real estate in the world. That's why everybody else is breaking their neck to move anywhere else in any other country in the world outside the United States. Who's breaking their neck to illegally migrate to Canada or Mexico or China or the Philippines or South America or any other, or Africa? Who's breaking their neck to move where?
And then on top of that, do we have crime? Yes. But unlike, let's say, Mexico, The cartels don't run the fucking government. You can actually get a fair shake in our fucking government system. And you know what our biggest export is? You know what it is, Beck?
Are you talking about black market or above board?
American biggest export.
America's biggest export.
Anybody in the chat know what America's biggest export is?
It used to be American-made products, but now it is. Help me out.
Come on, chat. Come on, Bay.
Don't make me look it up. Don't make me smoke drugs. Hold on.
I'm gonna tell you what our biggest export strategically has been. You ready for the answer, folks? Give me a woo. Give me a woo in the chat. Come on, Bay. Give me the loudest woo.
Mineral fuels and oil.
Our biggest export. Our biggest export is military might.
Oh yeah, there's that.
Say it again. Our biggest export. Remember, at the fucking Horn of Africa.
He said porn.
Porn. Well, they got a lot of porn in the Middle East. They just don't talk about it. Our biggest export. Remember Captain Phillips?
It looks like, okay, so according to, all right, so oil, machinery, which would be military, and electrical machinery and vehicles, which would be military. Because a lot of countries don't take our cars.
No. Let me put it to you this way.
Though.
Who's the first motherfuckers people call to keep pirates at the Horn of Africa at bay?
They call the United States.
I didn't see no fucking Chinese snipers on that fucking Captain Phillips, did I?
No.
When you need humanitarian missions, who's leading the UN?
United States. Same thing with NATO. If it wasn't the United States, NATO would not exist.
So you can't even control your country without us. Why do you think his first term he threatened to disband NATO?
And now he's threatening to charge NATO. When JD Vance, when he went to Munich, he let them know, hey, look, if y'all don't get it together, y'all gonna have to pay us for protection.
And guess what? What's the first rule of protection I always said? Obedience.
Yeah.
What's the second rule of protection? Protection costs, baby.
Germany doesn't want to comply. The UK doesn't want to comply. France doesn't want to comply. And now you see their countries are turning into shitholes. And the United States pulled their funding. This is why Ukraine, what's the guy's name? Zelensky wrote the apology letter.
Why do you think he bent the knee?
Yeah. Because he went to NATO, and NATO was like, who the fuck you think gives us the money and the weapons to protect countries? Trump cut us off. So what the fuck you want us to do?
I'm going to put this in the back chat, dude. Give me a second.
Oh, Lord, I'm sorry. I don't mean to overtalk you, but it's just... Trump the captain now. Y'all is crazy. We police the international waters. Yes, we do. Yeah, the Marines. Shout out to Lewis. They went to go join old dude. Oh, you know what? I have to admit, there's sometimes I feel like I'm wasting my time. because I want black men to be free, but I don't think black men really want to be free. I think black men like to be entertained.
You know what's funny? YouTube took down my interview with RFK Jr. when he told you the reason why they wanted the war in Ukraine to keep going. Because all these military, when you go to NATO, you got to switch all your weaponry, all your vehicles, and all that shit to NATO, like Boeing, Lockheed Martin, all your ammo got to be NATO. Y'all keep thinking this motherfucking war was, oh, he's trying to fight for his people. No, why? Anytime Dick Cheney starts agreeing with fucking Democrats, you should already know the jig is up. But you dumb motherfuckers didn't even see that. General Dynamics, yep.
That's why I agree with Lewis when he was saying, look, I understand that Trump is all about humanitarian efforts, but at some point he's going to have to. I think Trump is 100% a guy who agrees that the needs of the many outweighs the needs of the few. And if he has to turn a blind eye to what happens to Zelensky as far as his removal, he'll do that. He won't facilitate it, but he'll definitely won't.
Zelensky pretty much. See, you got to understand something. I know we're not going to go religious, but you might want to clip this for your shorts. I need to start clipping this shit too. If you clip it, send a piece to me so I can put it up there. Okay, you ready for this short?
Yeah.
You know what the wrath of God is? The wrath of God is not God doing something to you. The wrath of God, a lot of times, is just God removing his protection from you. Am I making sense?
Yeah, well, don't we normally call that karma?
Mm-hmm.
We call that karma.
Remember, when you were a hard-headed boy and you did something, what happens when your father just didn't protect you?
You got your ass whooped.
No. What happened when he didn't protect you and you had to go face those situations?
You got your ass kicked. And then your mama put alcohol on your wounds, and your daddy, later that night was like, yeah, like, what did you learn?
Yep. Sometimes I don't have to do anything to you. I just got to remove my protection. And that's what Zelensky found out the hard way. Not the hardest way, but he found out the hard way. When you went into that White House, he said, I'm not religious, but it tracks. Amen to that, unsunken one. Think about that. If we turned a blind eye to Ukraine, what the fuck can they do?
Nothing. Except give in.
And we're like, look, if it wasn't for us giving you this goddamn money, you wouldn't have lasted as long as you did. If I was the president at the time, this shit would have never happened. What countries got invaded during his first term?
None.
But these fucking Democrats who didn't tell you what they would do for you, they just want to convince you to get this man out of you can't get him out of office. He's a lame duck president. He can't run again.
Well, remember, if you don't vote for me, then you ain't black. Even though I'm like my track record shows that I'm so anti-black, it's pathetic.
I want you to think about this, dude. Black men and black people in general, but black men specifically, should have felt so insulted when a high school dropout stripper, ratchet bitch, Cardi B, had the access to speak to an American president, but a motherfucker like Dr. T.S. Johnson is kept away from him.
You should have already knew what type of part you should have annexed the fucking Democratic Party, black man.
But my mama said.
But your mama had fucking 8 babies by 9 different men. Your brothers and sisters look like a United Nations meeting every time y'all have a cookout. You and your brothers and sisters know about 5 different languages just to communicate with each other.
Liquid. Low IQ Democrats.
That makes sense. But yet, we come on here constantly. We talk about, people try to say, well, he talked about the Central Park 5. And I said, let's put the Central Park 5 in context, right?
Oh, please do.
That's how all of New York felt at that time, because it was such a heinous fucking crime. Okay? Y'all don't say nothing about your grandmothers and grandfathers who were aboard, and some of your fathers and mothers who were aboard that fucking crime bill. Nobody want to talk about that, do they?
Got him. I mean, this was before the age of the internet. Central Park 5. If that was your mama or sister who got gang raped in Central Park, and then they caught 5 black dudes or just 5 dudes, period, you know, who they arrested them and they had her possessions on them, and Donald Trump would have put out that post, would you be calling him racist?
Or would you feel the same fucking thing too?
34 felonies. When people throw that up, 34 felonies, I'd be like, name them. And then they fall silent. Grab them by the pussy. Ain't that what these motherfucking red pill niggas be bitching, crying, and saying they want to do? They want to spend over $1,000 to catch flights and hotels for $40 pussy.
Yeah. And here's my thing. See, a lot of people don't want to hear this. If you're a lame in America, chances are you might be a lame somewhere else. And we're not saying you're a lame because you're educated, because there's a lot of cool brothers and sisters who are highly educated and cool, no matter where they step. But if you just looking to get the same piece of ass that the drug dealers get, you already a lost cause, my nigga. One of the felonies that people commit all the time is not to have the ability to say some people are just beneath you. That's another short right there, brother. Some people are beneath you.
Some of the most viral videos I see coming from Passport Bros is dudes who it's like they run a train on a chick and don't want to pay her, so she crashes out. Or
you got a fucking cartel on your neck.
Right. Or it's guys who are getting scopolamine because they really think that, even though there are tons of videos telling you, hey, just because 2 bitches at the club suddenly want to have a threesome with you, you think that that's natural overseas. When
especially if you come from a first world country where a bitch wouldn't touch you if she had to hand you a piece of paper.
Right. And then go ahead.
At some point, we gotta be honest. And this is to my fellas. To our own self be true. And I had to talk to my female coworker because, you know, we on this contract that only police and correction people can be on it. If you don't have those qualifications, you can't be on it. So she was like, well, you know, it's kind of funny because I was telling her she's 38, I'm 43. April 1st, shout out, we still celebrating. I said, you know, there's very few 40-year-old women that still look good for various reasons. I appreciate a woman who keeps herself up past 40.
drugs, alcohol, and
too much dick.
Dicks. Yeah, trains of dicks.
Trains of dicks. I mean, whole fucking first half of dicks. I mean, dicks bombing out of Baghdad.
Station just from 12 to 1 o'clock full of dicks.
Mm-hmm. Got more dicks than a fucking Dick Tracy fucking marathon. I mean, and I was telling, she was like, how come you can't, what about you pulling the 25-year-olds? I said, the older you get as a man, the 25-year-olds become easier. Here's the thing. I hit 25-year-olds just because of the way I look. I ain't got to put up no money. I ain't got to put up nothing. All I got to do is have an open house and a hard dick. But here's the difference. If I'm not the type of guy who could naturally pull those type of chicks, and I go to a foreign country, your nigga senses need to be tingling.
You're
if
the
two
lick.
of these bitches are coming.
Say it. Sorry.
If two of these bitches approach me, I should know something's up. And that's not, and even I know there's limits to what I look like to a female. Good, bad, and ugly. Some females don't like a larger guy. I'm okay with that. But to thy own self be true, if you're in a first world country with first world standards and you're not necessarily the man, you gotta have some things. It's one thing if you get one chick. She only wants me for my money. Yes? Are you gonna still fuck her? Guess what? You fucked the bitch. You can't unsuck your dick. Here's would I hire a security professional with a weave? Yeah, but guess what? Once that weave get pulled, I mean, it's probably safer because you know the weave's detachable. But you got to realize a lot of guys need to be worried about themselves. Shout out to Ron Wills. How many niggas try to debate him when he talked about body game? Sometimes you need to lift a weight, do a push-up, walk, cut some weight. I'm not what I used to be at 25, but I maintain. I try to be the best 43 that I could be. But you got to be realistic because a lot of your problems is the fact that you get this education, you get these occupations over pussy domination. You let pussy outrank your master degree. No sense does it ever make.
Do you know why I don't talk about the whole dating situation or whatnot?
Because it's sad as a motherfucker.
Yeah, and because I'm not inexperienced with women.
No. I'm not gonna let you escape this shit. Say it again for the niggas in the back who did not hear that.
I am not inexperienced with women. I'm not sitting up here making 2, 3, 4 hour videos, pretty much bottom line in the whole Will Smith, how come she don't love me, man? I don't give a fuck about these bitches.
You know what's funny that I noticed? Because everybody had a simp phase. I don't care who you are. If you never had a simp phase, you're a lying motherfucker. And I'll tell you to your face. But the beautiful thing about your simp phase is realization. I'm crying about one bitch when there's fucking 4 billion out there. You get hurt. You get hurt. I give you a whole week to feel doom and gloom. But what did they say? The best way to get over old pussy is new pussy.
It's new pussy, yes.
Because every time I got some new pussy. What was that bitch name again? I'm sorry. When a 21-year-old from college came to fuck me a few months ago,
How many felons?
Did I cry about it? No.
Felons did you catch?
Huh?
How many felons did you catch and wanting to give her a spare key and a drawer and a toothbrush in your bathroom and you know what I'm saying?
The only thing I gave her was an Uber ride home. So I mean,
it's like let me say
I'm
this.
sorry.
Let me say this. I'm gonna say this, and I'm 100% honest. It is pathetic for you to be over the age of 40 and crying and bitching and moaning and complaining about females. And it is even more pathetic for you to be over the age of 40 trying to talk to 20-year-olds about their dating life, because the dating the dating is not what it was pre-internet. And you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about when it comes to 20-year-olds dating in today's day and age or over the age of 40.
Exactly. They're about the Ted DiBiase. Everybody's got a price.
You are the old guy in the club with the you 40 pounds overweight, looking like you 6 months pregnant in skinny jeans.
looking like Rick Ross from Temu.
Right. You are out of touch. How dare you try to give me dating advice? That's why I never dipped into that shit. Plus, niggas ain't listening to you anyway. Excuse me, Travis Hunter, anyone. These niggas ain't listening to you. Who's the guy, the basketball player that's got the 30-something-year-old old hags fighting over him?
Here's the part. I forgot what his fucking name is. Somebody in the chat.
Right? The young basketball player that's got 30-something-year-old old hag bitches fighting over him, breaking into his house, hitting bitches with keys. Come on. How many fucking red pill these bitches ain't shit videos do a nigga gotta make for you to understand that these niggas ain't listening to you?
And I'm gonna say this, and I know this might be controversial, but you heard it here first. Since we're simulcasting, right? So it's your stream and my stream. There ain't no fucking way you can be red pill if you never had bitches in the first place. It's impossible. You ain't if you ain't had a pregnancy scare, if you ain't never had to deal with one bitch, how you gonna figure out how to get this one bitch out your house while the other bitch is walking through your house? Shout out to Charles Senior for helping me out on that one. If you ain't never had the ability, hey Chris, how many bitches you block after fucking them? Exactly. If you never had the ability to block a bitch and get another bitch over, how fast did it take me to get Sandra out my house for Tamika to come? 12 minutes. 12? He witnessed it. If you ain't never did some shit like that, you can't talk shit to me. If you ain't fucking date and been in relationships with bitches that other niggas beat their dicks off to on Facebook, what the fuck do we have in common?
Bruh, I'll never forget.
What the fuck do we have in common? Don't tell me shit about heartbreak. Nigga, you telling me you found out your bitch fucked another nigga, so you and your blues, you drunk, and you call two other bitches to have a threesome. Don't tell me we in the same fucking league. Go ahead, babe.
I'll never forget. I was fucking the neighborhood stud that all the dudes wanted to fuck because she was pretty and thick. I'm fucking this bitch all summer long. I'm dicking her down every goddamn day.
I'm giving her so much wood that we could have built a log cabin.
My then girlfriend would come over after she got off work. I'm fucking this bitch from like 12 noon to maybe 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. 6 o'clock, my then girlfriend pops over. You know how many times my then girlfriend would come over? Hey, and the stud that I spent all day in bed.
Oh, if you ain't have stud pussy, you ain't not at the same fucking level.
Thank you. She's sitting there at the computer in my room with me and my girlfriend sitting there talking, shooting the shit like nothing happened.
You know what I used to tell niggas, babe? I walked into more threesomes by accident than niggas get pussy from their girlfriends on purpose.
There's nothing you can tell me about no goddamn bitch. You know what I'm saying? When I got scenarios like that.
When niggas like you and cousin T-Taw, and people realize we do talk pretty often offline, right?
Yeah.
And we compare notes, and we like, damn, we're like kindred fucking spirits, aren't we?
F the gay out of her. Yeah. I didn't fuck the gay out of her. I just gave her what she secretly wanted, was her hole fulfilled.
Oh, I love filling out. Trust me. Bitches used to call me the application because I was so good at filling them out.
Let me say this. A stud will fuck you if she think you cute enough. She's attracted to you and ain't nobody gonna know.
There's two things that black men have a trouble with, and tell me if I'm wrong, babe, you have all permission. Number one, if she finds you attractive, which means you need to be in some sort of shape. You ain't got to look like Mr. Olympia, but be in some sort of shape. Have some grooming. Have some nice cologne on. $99. Go get your ouds off of Amazon. Dress well. Don't try to dress like the fucking neighborhood drug dealer in your 40. And then know how to shut your goddamn mouth.
There it is right there. The easiest
some of you niggas fucking talk worse than bitches. Mouth running like a goddamn leaky faucet.
The easiest way to get into these goddamn chicks' panties is act like you don't even want to fuck them and don't say nothing.
Exactly.
Because mystery. Look, let me tell you something. I'm gonna say this right now. The easiest way to get in the draws of a chick is just be quiet and put out the era of mystique, of mystery, because they already know these chicks. Understand, these chicks have fucked enough dudes to know that if I fuck you, after we get finished fucking and we laying there, you're gonna run your mouth. That's when you tell all your business. You tell all your goddamn business post coitus. So the biggest way for her to find out what makes you tick is to give you some pussy, and then just lay there and just let you run your fucking mouth.
I'm gonna tell you.
A lot of you dudes will fuck a bitch one time and never fuck her again because you talked your way out of the pussy.
I'm gonna tell you what it is.
All your business.
I'm gonna tell you what it is. Me and the studs will be the best of friends outside, and I'm swashbuckling her insides. I mean, I look like Zorro. She cooking for me. She in fucking boy shorts. Listen, nigga. Listen. Y'all niggas, bae, we might have to do it. We might need to do a 2-hour live stream about talking about why niggas ain't it. You were never that guy.
No.
You were never that guy. We might have to give the people what the fuck they want.
Tell me where I'm lying with this. When you go on a date with a chick, it don't matter what you do, you go on a date, you ask her about herself, and then you just listen.
Just listen. Shut up.
You listen.
Number one part of game. You should know more about her than she know about you. And the reason why that bitch get bored of you, because you tell her too much of your goddamn business. She become predictable.
You know how many bitches whose bras I was unhooking while she's sitting up there telling me about her her current relationship or her ex-boyfriend.
Tell me more,
And
bitch.
you see, you hear, you say, yeah, like yeah, wow, that's crazy, baby. Why you?
And by the way, and by the way, if you can't unhook a bra with one hand, I'm right-handed. I used to be so good, I do it with my left.
Clap that flick. That spring free.
Let me put it to you this way: do you know how many bitches from high school who got separated from their husbands? One chick, she moved to Jersey. I just graduated the academy. We're in downtown Baltimore. Shout out to my boy Vince. He's on his second marriage, but if Vince was here, he'd tell you, boy, we were running through bitches like goddamn rats through a vacant house. This is, of course, before he was married.
When I was going to school at OSU, I was engaged. So I was all about my studies because I was calling myself trying to build a life for me and my then fiance. How many fucking white, Indian, and Asian bitches were always trying to, let's study together. Like I didn't know what the fuck they wanted. Oh no,
they were putting their bids in. Sometimes, and I'm glad you brought that up. Sometimes you niggas need to learn how to act aloof. Sometimes you do. Like my boy tried to tell me, well, you go on these dating profiles. When the last time you pulled a bitch in the street? 2 weeks ago. Nigga, next year make 30 years since we've known each other. You've seen me pull bitches in clubs and on the street. Hell, we helped each other pull bitches. We're the generation that took advantage of both.
I'm gonna be dead honest with you. The two major places that I go in this neighborhood is Walmart and Kroger. Do you know how many of those fucking people that work there that know my name, but I don't know theirs?
Exactly.
Hey, Mr. Bay. Hey, how you doing? Hey, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I remember talking to the pharmacy guy.
You.
Pharmacy guy know who I am. So they went and talked to who is that? What's his name? What's the name? Oh, okay. That's how they know my name. Dudes and chicks. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
This is the part about it, right? Number one, always be a guy. There's little tidbits about it. There's times I'll go shopping in the market. My nephew, my son, my godson will tell you. I don't have the 8-pack I had when I was 25. I got 4.5. Shit. Slightly bigger stomach. Still brolic as a motherfucker. How many times hey Chris, how many times you been with the market with me and bitches looking at me and I'm not paying them any attention? That's power. That's power. Even when you think you at your lowest, like nigga got a hoodie on or just a t-shirt and bitches pointing you out, that's a lot of you niggas. Can I be honest with niggas for a minute? You know what? I'm gonna be honest with niggas for a minute. I want you and Chris to tell me if I'm wrong. A lot of niggas never even had a bitch lust after them. That's power. Not in love with you. Lust you. Like people fuck you in the middle of the fucking frozen food aisle and don't care who's watching.
It's the weirdest thing.
How many bitches paid for your Uber to come to fuck her and have food waiting? How many bitches actually paid for your new game?
Never go over a bitch house without her getting me around.
Wait a minute, say that.
Never go to the house without her getting me around.
How many times? Wait a minute. This dick isn't for free, bitch. And trust me, this is Goodwood Industries.
You don't even be thinking about it.
And have food waiting for you. Or she go down to cook it.
You know what? This is why when I was saying I was like,
we got to do the stream, babe, because a lot of niggas will claim you don't have a lot of women. It's not because I can't. It's because I don't.
Thank you.
I've done all the shit. I had all the headaches. See, this is the true red pill. Nigga, if you ain't have a pregnancy scare, if you ain't had to deal with fucking children.
Good times.
If you ain't walk into a threesome. If you can't, let me put it to you this way. If you ain't call a bitch and still fuck her that night, we're not in the same league.
Or here you go. You have a chick physically attack you. You G-check her, put her in a small package, and after she done cried out, losing you, next thing you know, her nose is in your public hairs. Because you've dominated her. You showed her who was boss.
Yeah, like because I'm a laid back type of guy. Shout out to Frankie Beverly. Bitches think that's weakness because they think they have this bastardized version of masculinity. Does a lion need to roar in the savannah to know he's king? No, because a lion knows what the fuck he can do. And when I tell a chick, my coworker was like, "Why don't you pull a 25-year-old?" Who said I can't? I said, here's the purpose of it. If I didn't have a kid already and I wanted a family, I would have to go younger because 9 times out of 10, an older 30 or early 40s chick may not be able to carry that baby to term. So I would have to go in the 20s, the late 20s at least. But because my son will be 18 in July, who the fuck wants to start over? Remember playing Nintendo and you're playing Mario before we had any memory cards or any fucking terabyte memory, and you had to keep playing the game? There was no saving. Either you win it or you not.
Or better yet, Madden after year 53.
Exactly. You had to keep going because it didn't save. So you're telling me, why would I start again? This is how you know a lot of niggas ain't used to shit. We got to do that. We got to do that stream. If not, we'll do it now.
Charles, the last time I was on your stream, we were talking about the top 5 things to look for, and the 2 things that, and understand, this is why I called the last time I called you, was that the 2 things that black men did not mention was hair and makeup. How the fuck do you complain about a bitch wearing weave and makeup, but when it comes to your dating options, they are not excluded? You do not include them on what you're looking for as far as a chick with natural hair and little to no makeup. Like, how does that work? This is why I swear again, and I'm not trying to come at anybody or anything like that, but this is why an argument broke out about slumming. You can't complain about the very things that you look for in a bitch.
Please make it shareable.
It don't help you. You fail yourself.
I'm gonna tell you, right?
You fail yourself. I swear to God. Probably when you have, you know you got a bitch under control when it's a weekday on your birthday, knowing goddamn well your bitch supposed to be at work. You get a knock on the door at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning. You open the door and she's standing there with 2 goddamn bags full of brand new clothes, whole new wardrobe for you. Hi, good morning, happy birthday. And you're like, God damn, I just finished I ain't even finished brushing my teeth.
Like, I want you to think about this, right?
Anyway, go ahead.
You know, I got my fucking ex-girlfriend 4 long stem roses sent to her job with a teddy bear damn near 3/4 her height. A whole bunch of chocolate shit. You know what she got me for fucking Valentine's Day?
What?
A brand new, and this is years ago, a brand new iPad. And I was joking about it. That's called attentive, right? That was from a joke.
She was listening. She got you that iPad because you know what? That was her marking her territory.
That was a joke. Well, my PlayStation 3 at the time, she got it fixed and put a terabyte in the bitch.
The motherfuckers don't understand what that is. You know what? What you know we call those that start with a K. What do we call them type of chicks? Start with a K. Start with a K, ends with an R.
Well, one, she's considerate. And a keeper.
We call them keepers.
Keeper.
That's girlfriend material. Working her way up to wife material. But those are keepers.
But niggas, shout out to electrician 480, brother. Whoa! But this is the part where we're gonna get a lot of people in the stream. See, a lot of niggas might look at us being braggadocious.
In the chat, y'all are wrong about them qualifiers, but go on.
Let me tell you why. Never be concerned about a bitch money. And I'm gonna tell you why. My father always told me this. I don't care if you're married to a woman for 20 years, you pay bills like she doesn't exist. Because a woman's gonna fuck up some money sooner or later.
Women are very expensive. Women are expensive. As a man, you're supposed to be looking to minimize your cost.
Mm-hmm. You're supposed to be Doge.
Let me break down the 5 qualifiers that I look for in a woman before I even say hi to the bitch. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to be. I'm not degrading her when I say bitch. I'm just speaking
this is just how men talk, dude.
Locker room talk. Number 1, I look for natural hair. I look for natural beauty. That's 2. Number 3, how is she dressed? Is she dressed conservatively or is she out here looking like a whore? Number 4, I check personality. Is she soft and friendly and feminine? Or is she out here acting like a raggedy hoe? And number 5, I check that ring finger. I look for those things immediately. I look for those are the 5 things I check. And then if we're standing in line somewhere or wherever we are, whatever that might be in the vicinity, I'm peeping her. I'm quietly peeping that. I'm watching her demeanor, what she's laughing about, what she might be interested in, because people, understand that no matter what you're doing, if you think you're not being watched, you're being watched. Okay, somebody's always paying attention to you
every day.
If you think nobody's paying attention to you
every day.
Right. So I'm looking at what she's looking at, and if she seems intent on something, then I'll make a cute little comment, to lighten the mood, to break her tension about what she might be paying attention to.
Corny jokes get you in there like swimwear.
Exactly, because it's called first impression. Like, wow. And the first thing you say something to a chick that she might find amusing, her first impression of you, just off of what you said, is he's a nice guy, he's funny, he's approachable, he's nice. And then within 2.5 seconds, if not sooner than that, they look you from your head to your toe to back to your eyes. They've already, just like you scoped her out in 2.5 seconds, she just scoped you out in 2.5 seconds. And she's got some negatives and some positives. It's just a matter if there are more negatives than positives, or there might be an equal level. Your personality is what shines more than anything. And the best thing to do is just be yourself, but be the nice part of yourself. Be the nice part of yourself. And if she don't like you, then cool.
Then guess what?
Why are you tripping?
Sometimes your personality is your force field. Bars. Clip that. shorts. Sometimes your personality is your force field. Okay?
Y'all be surprised at how much natural is not unnegotiable. You'll be surprised. I mean, look at. I'm gonna let you eat, Charles. But just look at these bitches that these dudes complain about. Do these bitches look natural?
No, they look like Frankenstein monsters.
Go ahead.
Why would I? And I'm going to ask you a question, and we're going to keep it funky. You consider yourself a king. Why are you competing with the same woman as the popper? God damn it, I'm giving y'all good material tonight. This is the first time I use all my good.
They want to get their dick wet, but the thing about it is that they don't know how the pauper goes about getting the prostitute. They don't understand how it goes about it. You cannot be Mr. Professional Sophisticated and think that you're gonna get Shaquisha by being Mr. Sophisticated. I mean, these bitches
are different class. You clash. It's a culture clash.
Yeah.
Here's the thing about it. A lot of niggas don't understand this. If a bitch want to see me, yeah, you want to see me, come to this, and I'll test. And this is the thing bitches don't understand. I could tell a real nigga or not if you never had a test for a bitch. I'll tell a bitch, come meet me at the Cigar Lounge. Come meet me at the comic book shop. If you came to the comic book shop while I'm there, okay, let's go to eat. How many bitches failed that test?
You're at phase 2. You're at phase 2.
When you're willing to come to meet me in a place that's foreign, it may not be your thing, but you were willing to do that just to see me, you prove something.
You're at phase 2. That's the whole coffee date / situation right there. That's phase 2.
If you don't speak to me for about a week or 2 weeks in a conversation, shout out to Shorty, who's a female cop out there in the county. I even had to congratulate her when she came to my get together at the Cigar Lounge last week, or the week before last. And I said, "You don't know how many points you actually got when you showed up."
You know what?
Think of how, and she's a workaholic. And she came out and she smokes cigars and she drinks cognac.
Jibba said, good diction to them is like when I hear Ebonics from them. It's a culture clash. This is the number one thing that makes Jasmine Crockett make me want to punch her in the mouth, because she sounds like the most ghettoest piece of shit. And I understand how I talk to you guys here on YouTube, but when I'm out here in person, when I'm out here in the streets, I am very correct in my diction. I'm very correct in my diction. Hey, how are you? Nice to meet you. Oh yeah, the kumquats look lovely today. Do you understand? I'm very correct in my diction. But if I'm talking to you and you sound like the most 6th grade dropout piece of shit bitch in the history of dropout bitches, I can't fuck with you. I'm immediately turned off. You can't even enunciate properly.
I'm going to put it to you this way. A lot of people don't know this. Me and Bay were destined to know each other.
No, not allegedly. I literally want to punch that chick in the mouth.
me and Bay are wearing the same areas and never knew it. What is it now? 30 years ago?
Yeah.
We were in the fucking the Million Man March, and by the way, it was more than a million men there. Don't let them fucking press undersell black men.
For the record, I never went to the Million Man March because I was busy filling up U-Haul boxes of video and audio tapes and books. But I did meet the minister. We did have a dinner twice. Well, I had dinner with him once, but he had dinner with my stepmother and my father twice. But I
think
was
about it.
in the second dinner.
And think about it. A lot of this conscious culture, especially on the East and West Coast, would have never been known if it wasn't for you and your dad. So when people say that, I even had to, like, BGS, no. And we got nothing but love for BGS, but I had to disagree with BGS. Like, he's not a civilian. No, we all know that. There's a lot of shit that him and his dad put in the breaks. So for all these people who think I'm a drone, here's a special power for grown men. I can disagree with you and still love the fuck out of you. Is that something that grown men can do, babe?
Yeah, because we're very compartmental. We can compartmentalize our situations, and as far as that whole thing, I've so moved past it. But
exactly, and this is the part where
it was what it was.
It was just a disagreement. It's old news.
It was over. I have no idea what. I mean, I have not.
And it doesn't matter. And that's the best thing about it. It doesn't matter. We're over it. And this is the part where I talk about it. It's like, look, experienced men know other experienced men. When my godson said his girlfriend was his responsibility, when I said, yo, I gave her 5 months and she ain't found a gig, she ain't clean up without nobody telling her, she got to go back to her mother and get retrained. You know what he did? He found a fucking apartment for her to stay in. Him and her stay in. Of course, I had to sign on and be like, hey, he lived with me and he's this, that, and the fourth, and he did this. See, in his mind, at first, he thought I had something against her. But guess what he didn't realize 2 weeks prior to that?
You fucked her?
No. No. He asked me, when you going to show me real lessons in masculinity? I said, nigga, are you sure? Are you sure? Because real masculinity is about making hard choices and sticking with them. You said she's your responsibility, my nigga, right? Prove it.
The hardest thing you'll go through in a relationship is living with the opposite sex.
Especially if you're young.
Because it is such an adjust. You know what? Look. Once you get, I'm going to say this right quick, and you've heard me say this 1,000 times, maybe. But when you go over to a female's house and her place is not clean, especially her kitchen and her bathroom, her refrigerator is filled with the dough containers, as is her trash can, her sink is full of dishes or whatnot, her bedroom looks, I can give you a bedroom a pass, especially if you didn't know I was coming over, this is a spur of the moment situation, I'll give you a pass on, maybe your bedroom or something like that. But if this is a constant thing where I can't even take my shoes off, I'm worried about creepy crawlies getting in my clothes or something like that, I'm sorry, we're done. What do you mean you don't have basic? I was 22 years old on my own, and I had a living room set and a bedroom set. Okay, even the cheap little Family Dollar, that little bathroom rug, that bath mat type of set and everything, the little toothbrush and soap holder and everything. Even I had that. I even had silverware and dishes and shit because I'm an adult. Understand, when you move out on your own, you're over the age of 25 and your place looks like the fucking ghetto. It looks like some shit that what's the guy Orenthal or whatever up in Memphis when he do them eviction videos? Your shit looks like that, dude. Run. You go over to a chick's house. Let's say it's clean. It smell like lilac and cinnamon and shit. She don't offer you nothing to eat. Run. Do you not get it? Run. There's no excuse for a woman to be nasty and trifling and inhospitable. Do you understand? Okay, you will just there for the night. Wear the condom, nigga. Please wear the condom. That's a nasty bitch.
Let me break this down. Let me break this down. And Chris is my witness.
Go
Let me
ahead.
break this down. You can't tell me how much of a man you are. So you have a bitch you never fuck come over your house and wash your dishes. Never had sexual intercourse with a chick and she wash your dishes and clean your kitchen. Like I tell niggas all the time. Niggas be like, yo, you ain't like that. I'm like, I don't. When you look at King Charles, does the motherfucker always gotta tell people he's king of fucking of United Kingdom?
Before I moved out, when I was getting ready to get my own place, my father told me, he said, let me tell you something. He was like, when you get you a girlfriend, like in your place, I'll tell you right now, a keeper will buy curtains. I mean, that's some whole, keep your panties up and your knees closed and your dress down type of shit. But I was old enough to understand what he meant by that. Like, when you get to a place, a chick will buy curtains. What he means is that a chick will turn a house or an
into
apartment,
a home.
Yeah, exactly, into a home. She'll make her mark. Those are keepers. I had the chick that I say that got away. We were together for 4 years. I met her outside of my apartment. We started dating off of simply me introducing myself to her by going to I walked out of my apartment, saw this cute little Hispanic chick standing at the bus stop. I said, hey, how you doing? She said, hi. All nice and sweet. I went to this shady fucking corner store that I never went in before because I felt them motherfuckers was Mexican cartel kidnappers. I bought 2 bottled waters, walked back across the street, handed her one while introducing myself. 4 years later, this chick was in my loft demanding that I marry her. Do you understand? I wish I would have. GL, I wish I would have, but at the time you asked me, I was already dealing with somebody else. But the whole point of it was that everything that I'm talking about, I go to her house, it's clean. She came to my apartment, it's clean. You understand? My energy matched hers. This is why we were together for so long.
There's only 2 women that I probably should have married. And I never really had true regrets.
Anybody?
Could have been Sharon, which is Chris's mother, but she remarried, so hey, she fulfilled her destiny again. And she was previously married. Once a wife, always a wife, right?
Yeah.
And maybe Cherie. Because you know what Cherie appreciates? She appreciates she could cook her ass off too. But she appreciates. She said, well, we both have strong personalities. But guess what she appreciates? She says, it feels so nice to talk to a man. Not a second guesser, but to a man.
Yes,
you're
I did.
Funny, you're intelligent. She finished her degree, even though I didn't. But guess what? She always came to me. That's why the running gag is, remember when you and VHS, when she talked about BGS, we're talking about abortion 5 years later. We were talking about that 5 years later in my class. And I was bragging on you to my professor. And the professor was like, really? Let me talk to this guy. And for 15 minutes, the professor was picking my brain. You know what the professor said to her low key? So when y'all get married? Well, we broke up. The professor just shook their head.
Like, what the fuck are y'all doing? You know, it's funny. Unsunken one said, I risked it all. Like, dude, I used to go over to this chick's house. She would have either bath water running already made, or like I would come over to her house and dinner would either be ready or almost ready. She would tell me take a shower or take a bath. If I took a shower, like sometimes she would join me. We wouldn't even do nothing, even though I wanted to. Hell no, the food's gonna get cold.
This
And then
is how you know you have motherfuckers give a fuck about you. Even though Sharon remarried, and tell me if I'm wrong, Chris. If something happened to me or Angie, would she not pay for Peanut's college tuition? She would take care of him. She would even when she's married. She even said it. I don't care what happens to us. Peanut is still like my son. It's funny. I get more respect from women I used to date than most niggas get from their fucking wives they've been with for 20 years. And then the fucked up part about it is, even if we broke up, there was so much respect between each other's family that when my father seen David, which is our youngest son, if he gave Peanut $20, he gave David $20. He says, "You never know. You never know if one of them get tight." He says, "For all we know, one could be president and the other one could be vice president. For all the fuck we know, you never let two kids who are that close, that young, drift apart." You know when they raise good kids. When your mother says, "Oh, that little boy could come over my house anytime." But.
Sorry, I'm listening, but I was just thinking about how the rest of that. When I gave her that bottle of water, we wound up spending the next 5 hours together. That was technically our first date because she was going grocery shopping, and I went with her. Me just standing here at the bus stop with her. My father's business partner, Jamaican dude, was just driving by. He stopped. "Hey, where you going? Hey, where you, little babe?" They used to call me little babe. "Where you going?" I looked at her. I was like, "Where are we going?" I was going down to Kroger. Like, we going to Kroger. Hop in. He dropped us off at Kroger. We went grocery shopping for her. Caught the bus on the way back. That was the first time I ever went to her place. Helped her put groceries away. Chilled at her house. Laid up in her bed. And we just watched TV and just talked and got to know each other. And then I went home later that night because she was in walking distance from my apartment. And that was the start of
And this is also another thing about being a man. Y'all ready? A man will always admit when he's wrong or when he failed.
Put your dick away. Yeah, be a man. Be a responsible person.
Sometimes the most enjoyable shit is not fucking a hoe. Sometimes you gotta like the essence of a lady. Like, it feels so good to be around a goddamn lady. You know who I would enjoy being around, and I don't care how old she is? Call me crazy, but I would enjoy sitting down with a cup of cognac or wine and just speaking to Felicia Rashad. Does that make sense?
Oh, it just fit like what was that? Between two ferns type of situation?
Yeah, just picking her brain and just speaking to her. And you just realize it in your brain. They don't make women like you anymore. But wouldn't that be so pleasurable?
I think for me would just be to just like we used to do. I would love to just cuddle up just cuddle up on the couch with the TV noise in the background and just let her just run her mouth about what's on her brain skull while I'm just smelling her hair and just feeling her essence and her energy and that warmth, and just let her talk.
I'll think about this.
You know how many times I'm just listening to her talk and she get mad at me?
Why don't you say anything? Because you hold it court, god damn it.
Like, damn, I'm just enjoying your company. I'm enjoying your essence. You made me so peaceful that you literally put me to sleep at 2:45 in the afternoon on a weekday.
A lot of motherfuckers never experience a woman's essence. Because we know in my channel, and I'm pretty damn sure it's the same for you, there's a difference between a lady, a woman, and a bitch.
I don't think a lot of guys even understand the beauty of just, like, let's say like your chick is cooking or she's washing dishes or something, and you just come up behind her and put your arm around her and hug her and give a kiss on the neck and just play with her, and she just, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? Just enjoying, like you said, just enjoying the essence of her. People don't understand what that feels like anymore.
Do you know how many chicks walk into my house and they see my collection of like superhero paintings or artwork or my statues, and they'll be like, this is so beautiful. And I'll have my plaques of what I've done in the army, security, police, and they'd be like, fuck a degree. Look what the fuck did you do? And just to have them admire you. And they'd be like, yo, well, my ex, another ex, Tamika, she invited me out for drinks. She paid. I said, I'm broke as shit right now. She's like, I got you, babe. And when another woman tried to talk to me and she tried to insult me, do you be giving him money? They were like, woman, please, this is a man. He's a gentleman. The thing is about him, he's a pure gentleman, but he's not going to take your bullshit either. And she was baffled, dumbfounded. Your beauty has no sway for me. Been there, done that. What happens when you talk to a man of substance, essence? What happens when you talk to a man of power?
I don't think too many guys even know what it's like to just have a woman that just wants to be. She makes the effort to be to her presence.
When she trying to prove to you that she can cook, it feels good to walk into a woman's house and she says, "Take off your shoes."
Oh yeah,
I just cleaned up.
That was a must. When I would go over to her house, I take my shoes off. You take my coat, hang it up in the closet and everything. You know, your bath is ready, or don't get in the shower. Hold on, well, what you making, baby?
The royal penis is clean, Your Highness.
What you making? Hold on, it smells good in here. I smell some cabbage and some ribs. What you?
You know, I had a chick I was just messing with. We weren't even in an official relationship. And when I had my surgery on my foot and my ankle, and for a whole hour she's massaging my foot to bring the swelling down. But this is a chick I wasn't even in a relationship with. Did we fuck? You goddamn right. Because guess what? 2 out of 3 of them legs worked. But
I mean, sex is a given, but it's the love that you appreciate. It's the personal attention, the affection.
Exactly. It's like my kitten, who's a big ass cat. He's gonna be a big boy when he's finished growing. When I walk in the house and I'm sitting down on the couch, this motherfucker will sniff my arm, lick my arm, smell me, and then lay down right beside me. Because he's just thrilled. And this is just a cat. He's so happy to have a family that gives a fuck about him. That he caught his first body yesterday, killed the fuck out of that mouse.
Did he present it?
Put it right there on the middle of the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Just to honor you. A lot of people don't even understand that cat was doing it to honor you. I'm part of your pride. I'm part of your pack. I'm part of your team. I'm part of your family.
I killed all intruders.
You protect me, I protect you. You didn't have to get me from that shelter and give me a home. I'm appreciative of you. I love you. Let me show you my love. Why do you think men go through the show and women you have to tell? When a woman goes against her essence and tell you and show you her love, that speaks volumes. but y'all,
slippers of war.
You know what? There were times a chick bought slippers for me just to wear to her house.
Yeah. I like when I've had a couple of girls, they walk around, because I'm a house shoe guy. They walking around in my house shoes because they're whatever, but they're walking around in my house shoes. Of course, they always gonna wear your t-shirt or whatnot, but when they walk around in your house shoes, I mean, women are very particular when it comes to their feet.
Mm-hmm.
When they walking around in your house shoes and shit, that's a comfort level that you will. I mean, damn, that's almost like sharing toothbrushes without sharing toothbrushes.
When she's walking in your fucking hoodie, there are some hoodies that they never gave back because they never even washed.
Fuck that! I want my shit back.
90% of it I got back, but when she just wearing a hoodie because she just loves your scent, that pheromone shit is very powerful, my niggas. You think y'all lucky I don't do my Brom Wills? Why do you think a lot of shit that Ron Wills talk about? Oh, this nigga talking the truth. Because a lot of niggas don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. What did Socrates say? It's a shame that the man never knew the limits of his physical prowess and knew what true strength was. A lot of young men never even went to the gym to test how strong he can be, to see if he could develop and cultivate that shit. It's the same way about a woman's love for you.
You know why I took my hoodies back? I always took my hoodies back, and I didn't like when chicks wore baggy hoodies because I know that she didn't buy that shit. You wearing memories of an ex. No, fuck that. Give that nigga back his shit.
Mm-hmm.
Give him back. You ain't gonna wear no other nigga's hoodie around me. You got
Give it back. And I'm gonna tell you why this, right? A lot of niggas never thought of this equation. When a man tries to get back on a woman, it's because he missed a beautiful thing he had. When a woman tries to get back with a man, it's because she failed to replace the man in you. Clip that shit is bars. It's bars.
Every little memento that you might take that might remind you of him, you better put that shit in a lockbox somewhere. I don't want to see it.
Yeah,
I don't want to see it. That's another reason why, don't, and I've told chicks once we decide to get serious, I was like, look, I'll never introduce you to an ex-girlfriend or anybody I fuck, and I don't want you to do that to me. Because I'll be damned if you tunnel buddy me. I'll be goddamn. Don't do it. Don't do it. If we out and about and some chick say, "Hey, how you doing?" You know what I'm saying? And I brush her off. Yeah, what's up? Oh, yeah, this is my girlfriend. And I don't. really be trying to break my neck to introduce her to you, it's because I fuck that bitch. And I'll be damned if I rub that in your face. How come you didn't introduce me? That's my ex. Oh. Yeah. Oh, leave it alone. I don't want to talk about her. I'm with you.
If she was so important, you would be here.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, chicks, if you got a mature chick, she'll understand that. And she'll give you the same courtesy. I've been out, I've had a couple girls, I've been out, and they saw some dude that they know. Like, oh, damn, like, oh, I know that guy right there. Like, oh, yeah? Like, what is that, your ex or something? Something. Like, okay. And I leave it alone.
Leave it alone. And I tell people, like, the only motherfucker I should be introduced to is the nigga you had kids by, if you had them. That's the only nigga.
Yeah, an ex-husband or a baby daddy or a relative.
That's it. And I tell people, look, I've dated women who were part of lifestyle groups, okay? And they asked me this question. Why did you never get into that shit? Because I never had to. I said, you've been out with me. With your friend. You've been out with me with your friends. What did your friends say? If you don't want them, I take them. And what did you tell them? Shut the fuck up, I'll beat your ass.
Wait, I'm laughing. He said I'll buy a whole new wardrobe. You goddamn right. The Old Navy know me very well, goddamn it.
Oh, shit. If y'all never seen Fist of the North Star, you missing on one of the classic animes of all time. And I'm talking about anime movies.
Old Navy.
If you ain't seen Fist of the North Star, Ninja Scroll, a lot of people like Akira. Akira is okay to me. It's cool. But one of my favorite classics that I put up there with Fist of the North Star and Ninja Scroll that always makes me laugh is Project Echo. And Project Echo has good action, but it's funny as fuck to me. And
Mr. Charles?
Yes?
I'm tired as fuck. Let's get out of here.
Let's get the fuck out of here. Come on, Bay. Y'all niggas, the next one we do, me and Bay gonna give y'all something real heavy. Since y'all like this okay woman shit, next time we do it, y'all niggas better be donating to the Cash App because we're gonna tell some good old fashioned stories. But y'all better love this new shit. Y'all better love this new shit because guess what? We giving y'all some shit that will actually save your life and make you some money. Whoa! And we out, baby. Hit the music.
Do I have to?
You have to, nigga.
What do you have? Go ahead. No, that's enough. Go ahead.
But that wasn't my question.
The problem is you don't write the truth. So, as far as I'm concerned, I want to go to the next
Can I ask you a question about...
No, not CNN, please. Go ahead.
The White House has not responded to
I told you. CNN is fake news. Don't talk to me. Go ahead, please.
But he says he was retaliated against, and that's why he was removed from his job. Do you have a response to that?
Okay, next question.
Mr. President, I have...
Because Trump bad. Trump bad.
All right, bye. Thanks for the fun.